Oh yeah. First few minutes, bro, I can't really cuss. So everybody that's in here, bro, let's get it going, bro. We're gonna give it a few minutes and then we're gonna tap in. Type of one if you can hear me, y'all. Type of one if you can hear me. Type of one. Let's see how fast that reacts. Type of one. All right. Shout out the members, man. Shout out J Rose. Shout out everybody in the chat, bro. Shout out Ma. Shout out everybody that's tapping in, bro. Ones. All right, we good. Shout out Pack Out, Confidence, Pablo, J Rose, West Philly, Killer Bundles, Q Smooth, everybody. Classy K, what up? Shout out all the members, man. We about to talk about it, bro. Hold on. I just gotta drink this Red Bull. Sugar free if it matters. Well, we're talking about this situation, right? That happened with Baka. Why is he around? And we're gonna talk about that, bro. And then we gotta talk about what was it called? The abacus. And so shout out ABSA. And I recommend everybody check out ABSA because she has like the paperwork. You already know what to do, bro. She got the Pacer account. You got the Pacer account. You basically established as one of them ones. She got the information before anybody else. And I was trying to look into it as I was watching her video. Cause I know, bro, she got it. Like I got to do this whole thing where I got to register for an account on a government website. And I ain't trying to do all that, at least not right now. I tried it earlier, it didn't really work. But she got it. And she's able to talk about these cases faster than anybody. So I highly recommend everybody go check her out. But she had talked about this UMG update, and it appears that there could be a potential whistleblower that has made their way into the UMG case. Now, I know what you're thinking, a whistleblower, UMG case, but we're going to get all into that as the day goes on. Right now, we're going to talk about Baka in a few minutes, like 4 minutes into this live. After this, we're gonna talk about that. But I wanted to go in on Baka, bro. I know Baka ain't talking. I know Baka isn't the person talking right now about paperwork. Come on, bro. About paperwork. The last person that should be talking about paperwork is Baka not nice, bro. Hold on. The last person that should be talking about anything paperwork related. Or let me get a picture of Baka's face on here. And we're gonna bring up his charges. Because the last guy, hold on, that should be saying anything. And it's crazy, bro. Because I don't even think the full interview is out just yet. Is the full interview for Baka out? Because from what I'm seeing, it's just a 2-minute clip on Twitter, dog. That's all I'm seeing. All I'm seeing is a 2-minute clip of this guy running his mouth. Let me see. I'm fighting the allergies at the same time, y'all. So you gotta bear with me. So this guy, bro, Baka Not Nice, aka OVO Baka, aka Mr. Paperwork, had something to say about Kendrick Lamar. Now, the last person that should be talking about paperwork is Mr. Paperwork right here. The last guy, yes, the guy in the zebra outfit. The last thing that he should say about anything is about anything in regards to paperwork. Now we got 30 seconds. 30, I think it's like past 7 minutes. I can start going in. Well, it's a reason for that though. I'm not trying to get this like, you know what I'm saying, yellow or whatever. So I'm gonna give it 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Hold up. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. All right, bro. 7 minutes. All right, this guy's a fucking idiot, bro. How fucking stupid can you be to open your fucking mouth when you have fucking human trafficking charges, bro? It doesn't make any sense at all. Why the fuck would this fucking guy, of all people, open his mouth in regards to cases, paperwork, anything, bro? The last person that should open their mouth about anything is Mr. Paperwork himself. Mr. Baka Not Nice, Mr. What's his last name? Travis Savory? Is that your name? Travis Savory? All right, Travis. All right, Mr. Savory. Savory. Isn't that another word for salty? Mr. Salty. Mr. Travis Salty. Mr. Travis Salty, bro. Mr. Travis Not Smart Salty. Look, bro. The last person that should be talking about any paperwork is this guy right here. Now, we're gonna watch. I haven't watched the video, bro. I saw what was captioned, and boom, it just happened. Shout out to Main JoJo for the 5 memberships, bro. Everybody go ahead and claim the 5 memberships. Welcome to the bill. Shout out Main JoJo. Everybody put W JoJo in the chat, bro. Let's go, man. I'm going to leave it there. Shout out. Salute. Everybody go tap in. W JoJo in the chat, y'all. Salute, salute, salute. So look, Baka has gone full, complete, dumb. And bro, hold on. I'm trying not to get this flag, right? But let me just react to the video. And let me just, bro, and I'm gonna bring up his paperwork right now, because this is why Mr. Travis Savory, this is why what he's saying is so dumb, bro. Hold up.
At first, my first
type of one if you can hear this, y'all.
Initial thing was to respond and respond quickly, very efficiently, and very to the point,
very directly.
Yeah, and but like it started brewing in me, because where I come from, like, that shit doesn't happen. Like, you can't just call out a man and not have paperwork. To
Where do you come from? Because where you come from, are they showing your paperwork? Where you come from, you can't just say that unless they have paperwork. So wherever the fuck you're from, I hope that they know what fucking paperwork you have. Because from what the fuck you're saying that where you're from, they check the paperwork. Well, I guess people don't fucking check it when they talk about Baka. I guess people check everybody else's paperwork but yours, bro. Wherever the fuck you're from. You believe this shit? Hold up, going back to it.
And but like, it was like, it started brewing in me, because where I come from, like, that shit doesn't happen. Like, you can't just call out a man and not have paperwork to back up your talks. Like,
so where you come from, they bust out paperwork, huh? That's what they do. Shout out Lord Racer for being a member for 7 months. W Lord Racer in the chat, y'all. So this is what you do, bro. So this is what it is. I know for damn sure that's a motherfucking lie. Ain't nobody looking up paperwork where you from, because if they did, they wouldn't want you around where they're from.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. And then, like, to see like a whole nation behind it and celebrating it like it's a true story is unbelievable, because everybody has to understand, like, I have a kid.
You have a kid or you have a case? You have a kid or you have a case? I thought he was gonna say I have a case. I have a case. Look at this.
It's a true story is unbelievable, because everybody has to understand, like, I have a kid. Drake has a kid. You know what I mean?
You have a case. Drake might not have a case now, but he might have a case later. Keep it alleged. But he got a case going on with UMG though. But your case is fucking weird, bro. Your case is fucking weird.
Is unbelievable because, you know, everybody has to understand. Like I have a kid. Drake,
You got a case.
has a kid. You know what I mean? So like making accusations like that are like
accusations. We want. What about your accusations, you dumb motherfucker, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? What accusation? Oh, the last person that should bring up accusations. The last person that should bring up accusations is this dumb motherfucker right here, bro. This guy should be the last person on planet fucking Earth to bring up anything regards to accusations, paperwork, speculation, allegations, assumptions, hyperbole. Like this guy got to stay away from it all because when it comes to Baka, he's the last motherfucker from OVO that should be talking about anything. Anything. This guy lost his fucking mind. Did he lose a bet? Did he lose a bet? Did Baka Not Nice lose a fucking bet? And did he bet Drake? I know Drake likes to bet and gamble. Did Drake bet Baka to do this fucking interview? Did he lose a bet against Drake? Because why the fuck would you go on fucking stage and fucking say this stupid ass shit? Hold up.
Yeah, ridiculous and it is out of this world. You know what I'm saying? So, but like, what I was gonna tell you is this: like, I was building up a lot of anger and stuff like that, but then I got a call, and I don't know why I got this call. It's like God said something to him or something. But the boy, sorry, it might not have been a call. It might.
The boy. The boy said something. You called the boy God, bro? What?
Call, and I don't know why I got this call. It's like God said something to him or something. But the boy, sorry, it might not have been a call. It might have been a text message. But he messaged me, and he's like, "Yo, I know what you're feeling. I know you as an individual, and I know how you get down. But I'm just letting."
Yeah, Drake, you know how he gets down, right? You know how he gets down. You know, hey, yo, Drake should know how Baka gets down, right? Drake should know how Baka gets down. Foreshadowing into the future of this live, Drake should know how Baka gets down, y'all. You heard it here first. Drake knows how Baka gets down. Look. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. As
an individual, and I know how you get down. But I'm just letting you know. And he's like, "Yo, I know what you're feeling. I know you as an individual, and I know how you get down. But I'm just letting you know, like, don't listen to the noise because it's noise. And if you go back and look at all these people that are saying things or having anything to say, they're not even actual real people. They're like bots.
Exactly.
So like,
nah, we're pretty real, bro. I don't want to hear that bot shit anymore, bro. We're pretty fucking real, bro. I'm right here, bro. I'm hearing the shit. The shit is preposterous. If I'm using that correctly, this shit is insane. I don't know. I got that out the bag, bro. Am I using that right? Look it up. Preposterous.
don't let that shit bother you, bro.
Facts.
Like, and you know what? Like, I mean, it's not a good thing, but they're calling your name.
They're bots, bro. They're bots. Don't listen to them, bro. They're bots. Don't listen to the madness, man. Don't listen to the madness, bro. Crody, they're bots. Crody, don't listen to them, Crody. Close your ears, fam. Close your ears, fam. Crody, bro, I fucking hate this motherfucker, bro. Look at this shit.
You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, actual real people, they're letting you know, like, don't listen to the noise because it's noise. And if you go back and look at all these people that are saying things or having anything to say, they're not even actual real people. They're like bots.
Exactly.
So,
They're bots, bro. They're bots. They're bots, bro. Don't listen to the noise. It's just noise, Crody. Don't listen. They don't care if you're really a human trafficker or not. They don't care that you face 6 charges or not at the age of 36, Crody. They don't care what happened on June 11th to 2014, Crody. They don't care. Crody, they don't care. Crody, they don't care, Crody. Crody, they don't give a damn, Crody. Bro, Crody, they don't give a fuck, Crody. They don't care if you're a human trafficker, bro. Oh, bro, this guy is fucking stupid, bro. Like Drake was trying to tell this man anything in the fucking world for him not to crash out. Because you know what happened if Baka responded to all of this as fast as he could? You know, if Drake allowed Baka to say anything right as soon as Not Like Us came out, it would have been 10 times worse. The roast, the flame, the beef, everything would have been 10 times much worse for Drake if Baka opened his fucking mouth. He's acting like, oh, Drake told me not to say anything because he knows how I react. Nah, bro, Drake is telling you something because he knows if you open your fucking mouth right as soon as you got caught a fucking human trafficker, a pedophile, it would have made his situation a lot worse. Which is why Kendrick had said he has a weird case. Why is he around? Because the minute that the guy's around that Kendrick is talking about wants to talk, Drake shuts him the fuck up. He shuts you up, Baka, because he knows that if you fucking talk, you're going to make everything just as bad for him because of your fucking human trafficking case, your assault case. And now we're talking about assault, right? And what's crazy, it was crazy when we talk about Baka and his assault charge. Drake want to say that Kendrick assault women when he's talking about Baka who fucking assaulted a woman. We want to talk about Kendrick doing a song with Cardi, but we're not going to talk about how Drake is still chilling with Baka when you beat a woman up. But then he's claiming that Kendrick does the same shit. What the fuck are we talking about? So before anybody brings up Kendrick and the fucking shit that he has with Cardi, don't forget to bring up how Drake is still chilling with Baka when he's beating women up, when he's trying to tell Kendrick that he's doing that shit. The fuck is going on? You want to throw shit like that when your homeboy got those charges on him and he's repping OVO.
Like, don't let that shit bother you, bro.
Facts.
Like, and you know what? Like, I mean, it's not a good thing, but they're calling your name. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you know, like they're gonna get over this crap because they're gonna realize that it's crap, and then they're gonna go do their own research. Mm-hmm. And when you do your own research, you're gonna be like, wow, this guy made up a whole story about something that isn't even true.
Now we're gonna do our research because we know about the hidden hills. We know about the hidden hills. Vlad already talked about it, but we already researched it. You see, the thing is, when we looked up the hidden hills, and we found out that Drake owned it under the name Richard Fitzenwell, which is the name that he went by at the Mark Hotel, where Ebony Prince, the security guard, is alleging that something happened between Drake and an underage guest. Allegedly. He told us what Drake's name is. He said he goes by Richard Fitzenwell. Ebony Prince didn't tell us about a house. He didn't tell us about an address. He didn't tell us about anything related to California. All Ebony Prince said was Richard Fitzenwell is the alias that Drake goes by at the Mark Hotel. We looked up Richard Fitzenwell and found an LLC that's tied to the Hidden Hills estate that Drake had owned that Vlad snitched on him about. You see, this is the research that Baka is telling us for us to do. I'm doing it, and it don't look good for y'all. Crody, it doesn't look good for you at all. We'll keep it a legend, but y'all look fucking weird right now. Hold on.
You do your own research, you're gonna be like, wow, this guy made up a whole story about something that isn't even true, and it makes you look weird to me. I don't know.
It does.
But I want to say one thing.
Oh. So insinuating something with exaggerated hyperbole is weird to you. Don't you think it's weird how you have a human trafficking case, though? Don't you think it's weird that you were arrested for human trafficking? And let's finish this up so we can get into that, right?
To America, and y'all need to like get yourself together because making accusations on people, serious accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. That is the rule, like number one rule that everybody goes by.
Mm-hmm.
So don't switch up. Accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. Serious accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. 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 That is the rule, like number one.
But why is he around? Oh, bro. Let's just bust this out real quick. All right, so if you don't know Baka, bro, this is his name. His name is Travis Savory, bro. Salty, Travis Salty. If I say so myself, because ain't that what Savory is? Baka not nice. Travis Savory, 1979. Old ass man, by the way. Salute to anybody that's that age. I don't mean disrespect. But, anyways, known professionally as Baka Not Nice, is a Canadian rapper, former security guard. He signed to Drake's OVO label and all that, right? So this is Travis Savory. On Tuesday, June 10th, 2014, the Toronto Police Service started an investigation into human trafficking occurrence. It is alleged that a 22-year-old woman was forced into prostitution after being threatened by a man, which is Baka Not Nice. The man intimidated her into giving him money that she had earned. So Baka out here beating up prostitutes and trafficking them all around Toronto. Apparently, this is the guy that's talking about paperwork. This is the fucking guy that is talking about paperwork. Here, let me zoom in real quick so y'all can see this shit, right? Travis Savory, Baka, Not Nice, is alleged to have beaten up a 22-year-old woman, forced her into prostitution after being threatened by him. The man took her debit card, used her PIN to withdraw money from her account. On Tuesday, June 10th at 9:30, an arrest was made. He was charged with trafficking in persons, receive a material benefit, exercise control, uttering a death threat, assault, failed to comply with reconnaissance. So I guess he didn't want to work with the police. So assault, uttering a death threat. He threatened the lady, I guess. Exercise control, then trafficking and human trafficking at that. He was scheduled to appear in court in the court district, whatever, June 11th of 2014. Police believe there may be more victims, but they've only caught him with one. So you mean to tell me that this guy right here is talking about paperwork when he has paperwork about him allegedly human trafficking more than just one person?
On people, serious accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. That is the rule, like number one rule that everybody goes by.
Mm-hmm.
So don't switch up.
Oh, I promise you, bro, we're not switching up at all. I promise you, bro. I promise you, bro, we're not switching up at all. You know what's crazy? Was that this happened in 2014, right? Like this happened in 2014. So this was when it was alleged. Now we got to see, well, what did JV, did he get found guilty? Like, was he guilty of these crimes anyways? I mean, did it really happen? And did he really get charged for it? Well, in 2015, can we go to his Wikipedia, right? Because I guess this is all he's fucking known for. Look at this shit. Short ass career. Bro's been around for like fucking 50 years. And his career is this. This is the extension of his life. Apparently, his career is fucking worth nothing. A fucking shell, a fucking man that rides the dick of another man is basically this man's career. But anyways, let me go about it. So in 2014, Baka was arrested and charged with forcing a 22-year-old woman into prostitution and taking her money. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to assaulting the woman and an unrelated weapons charge. He was sentenced to 6 months, but since he had already spent 10 months in custody, he was not required to serve any additional time. Now, this is right here. The woman refused to testify, which led to the charges of procuring prostitution and human trafficking to be dropped. Now, I wonder why she refused to testify. I wonder why she didn't want to go out and show up in court. Could she have been paid off? I don't know. We'll keep it alleged, but there has to be a real reason why this lady didn't want to go to court and testify against Baka. She was working as an escort. Remember, stay away from the escort business, son. That's bad religion. And had an on and off relationship with Baka. She moved from Toronto by the time the trial was underway. Now, this is another thing. These are his separate charges. Baka has prior convictions for armed robbery, assault, discharging a firearm while committing a robbery, and possession for the purpose of trafficking. Upon his release, Drake would post a lot of good things happening at once, but this one means the most. Been waiting for 11 months. Baka is finally home. So, what I think, and this is just my thoughts, right? I'm not saying that this is fact. This is just my opinion. Hyperbole, whatever the fuck. I think that Drake had paid this lady off so that way Baka didn't have to go and face these human trafficking charges. However, because the charges were dropped, doesn't mean that he wasn't charged originally. He was charged for human trafficking. He was charged for assault. He was charged for all of these things that took place. They did, in fact, happen. It's just the fact that the woman didn't testify why they didn't hold up in court. Mind you, he's cool with Drake at this time. And by the time he does his 11-month stint, Drake celebrates him being out of court. I'm telling y'all, bro, for a fact, I know this guy, bro. Hold on, I gotta chill out with this thing real quick. I know for a fact, bro, that this guy should be the last guy to fucking talk about anything regarding to fucking charges, bro. This was the most ridiculous thing on the planet that I ever seen on the face of the earth. One man who was facing human trafficking charges is talking about how not to show paperwork. I'm sure everybody's seen this video, but the idiocy and the craziness in this post is diabolical.
And y'all need to like get yourself together because making accusations on people, serious accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. That is the rule, like number one rule that everybody goes by.
Mm-hmm. And this was so fucking cringe, bro. This was so cringe to watch because when you know that the guy talking was facing assault charges, beating up women, human trafficking, and let's not forget when this was first posted, because there's only one woman. The police believe that there was more victims tied to Mr. Baka Not Nice, Mr. Travis Savory, Mr. I beat a bitch up, Mr. I prostitute and transfer women from fucking Toronto to who no fucking knows where, bro. This is the guy. No fucking way this guy of all people is talking, bro. No way this guy is talking, bro. And I hate that I even gotta bring, bro. I don't even know. Can someone tell me if this interview is out, bro? Please, can someone tell me this interview is out? I hate every single thing that this fucking guy says.
At first, my first initial thing was to respond.
Mm-hmm.
and respond quickly.
Yeah.
If he responded, bro, you know how fucking worse it would have been if this guy decided to say something immediately after Not Like Us had took off. You know how fucking embarrassing it would have been for OVO. You know how much fire they would have been under.
Very efficiently and very to the point.
Very directly.
Yeah, and but like it was like it started brewing in me because where I come from, like that shit doesn't happen. Like you can't just call out a man and not have paperwork to back up your talks. Like that is ludicrous. And then like to see like a whole nation behind it and celebrating it like it's a true story is unbelievable because
No, remember what Kendrick said. It is a true story because look what Kendrick said. Look, Not Like Us lyrics, real quick. Real quick. Let's look up the lyrics for Not Like Us, shall we? Because he says you got to state facts, right? I mean, realistically, this is what Kendrick Lamar had said, right? You said Baka, right? This is what he said verbatim, bro. This is what he said verbatim. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boy? Certified pedophiles. He didn't say no lie right there. Human trafficking. 22-year-old woman. Charged with assault.
Celebrating it like it's a true story. And then like to see like a whole nation behind it and celebrating it like it's a true story is unbelievable because
I don't know, bro. He didn't tell a lie, though. He didn't lie, though. He didn't lie. He didn't fucking, bro, where's the fucking lie, bro? Shout out P Love K, salute. Where is the lie, bro? Facts are facts, bro. We got to be honest. This is what happens when you write your own lyrics and you don't let anybody dictate what you write and what you say in a rap song. Kendrick is aware of what the fuck he's saying. The way that he says it is not what matters. It's the way that he words it is what matters. Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? It's not a lie at all when you know that Baka was charged for assault and human trafficking and did 11 months for it, and Drake celebrated him by saying, been waiting for 11 months. Baka is finally home. And let me remind you, this woman did not testify, I think, in my opinion, because she was paid off by Drake or somebody at OVO or somebody that Baka knows, allegedly. But even if that woman didn't testify, it doesn't stop the fact that the police had believed that there was more victims involved with Baka's human trafficking escapades. Shout out Mia Maya for the 5. Salute. Everybody put W Mia in the chat, bro. W Mia in the chat. Let's go, man. Disgusting, bro. I hate when somebody who has fucking disgusting is Baka not nice is talking like if he's not disgusting himself. He's like, that's fucking putrid. They shouldn't be talking like that. They shouldn't be saying shit like that if it's not fucking true. They're celebrating shit like if it's the truth. Nah, bro, what he said in the song was 100% true. You got a weird case. Why are you still around? Why did Drake celebrate your freedom?
Because everybody has to understand. Like I have a kid. Drake has a kid. You know what I mean? So like making accusations like that are.
You know who else had a kid? John Wayne Gacy. You know who else had a kid? Ted Bundy. What does fucking having a kid have to do with anything, bro? What does having a kid have to do with anything with what you're accused of? It's like you can't be a. It's like they're saying that, oh, because I'm a father, I can't be a person related to these crimes. Look at Big U and what Big U is going through. If you know the Rolling 60s Crips, if you know the whole shit going down with Big U in California, look at the charges that Big U is facing. He's a father, right? When he fucking turned himself in, he was with his family. I hate when they do shit like that. Just because they're a father, they think that excuses their past actions. Like, bro, I don't believe a fucking word you are saying, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? This is worse than the Heart Part 6. This is worse than the Heart Part 6. This is like not like Us lyrics coming to life. Honestly, like I think Baka should have never done an interview because this does nothing for Drake at all. This does nothing. I wonder if Drake let this happen, bro. Because Baka's a good boy. You know, if Drake tells him to jump, he's gonna say how high. If he tells him to shut the fuck up, he's gonna say, you know what I'm saying? He's not gonna say shit. I wonder if Drake even okayed him for him to do this fucking conversation. Who would approve this from OVO? What OVO member? What Chubbs? Who? A 40? Who's approving this conversation to fucking take place? No way, bro.
Like,
yeah,
ridiculous and
it is
out of this world. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, but like, what I was gonna tell you is this: like, I was building up a lot of anger and stuff like that, but then I got a call, and I don't know why I got
built that anger up all the fuck you want, bro. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit, bro. Baka ain't gonna do shit. I'm building up all for what? For what? What are you gonna do, bro? You're gonna go and do a robbery again and disarm a fucking and discharge a firearm? What are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna shoot a gun again? You got charged for it one time, right? So what? You're okay doing it too? You're gonna get banned from the US like top 5? Hell, I ain't even put that in the top. Top 5 got banned from the US. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna get banned too? You're gonna get banned from the US also, like top 5? I doubt it, bro. Everybody on OVO ain't about shit, bro. Baka not nice. Shut the fuck up like a pussy because Drake told him to. And he was a good boy and he did it. He stayed quiet because Drake told him to. Like a fucking bitch. If that shit really bothered you and got under your skin, you would have said some shit the first time you heard your fucking name and not be a pussy and stay quiet because Drake told you to. That's some pussy ass shit.
This call is like, it's like God said something to him or something, but the boy, sorry, it might not have been a call, it might have been a text message, but he messaged me and he's like, yo, I know what you're feeling. I know you as an individual and I know how you get down. But I'm just letting you know, like, don't listen to the noise because it's noise. And if you go back and look at all these people that are saying things or having anything to say, they're not even actual real people. They're like bots.
Exactly.
So like, don't let that shit bother you, bro.
Facts.
Like,
what? They're bots, bro. They're bots. Like, what the fuck is this idiot talking about, bro? Hold on. Like, what the actual fuck is this guy saying? Hold on. What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
and you know what? Like, I mean, it's not a good thing, but they're calling your name. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you know, like, they're gonna get over this.
These are regurgitated things that people like OVO, Baka, Drake will say, academics will say. These are things that they will fucking say out loud to make everything else that's true seem baseless. They try to say, "Oh, they're bots, bro. They're bots. They're full of shit. They're not real. They're like, bro. Nah, I'm pretty fucking real, bro. I'm pretty real. Everybody in this chat's pretty real. We have self-awareness. We're aware of everything that's going on, and we know that you're upset because you got charged with human trafficking and assault to a woman, and the police thought that there was more women involved besides the one that they had caught you with that was allegedly, and I think allegedly was paid off by Drake, because why would he be so happy to see you home unless he had participation in you coming home? But we're bots, right? And we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, right? It's fucking outlandish, bro.
Crap, because they're gonna realize that it's crap, and then they're gonna go do their own research. Mm-hmm. And when you do your own research, you're gonna be like, wow, this guy made up a whole story about something that isn't even true, and it makes you look weird to me. I don't know.
It does.
But I want to say one thing to America, and y'all need to like get yourself together, because making accusations on people, serious accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. That is the rule, like number one rule. That
all right, I got you, bro. I got you. We got your paperwork right here, buddy. We got it right here, buddy. And it looks like you were charged with 6 different crimes. What the fuck, bro? Like, I'm starting to think, who over there in OVO approved this? Who in their right mind thought it would be a good idea to put Baka in an interview where he could openly talk about the beef in which he's named in, and where he in no right has anything to say in regards to anything, because people like us, who he claims are bots, could pull up his file right here and even pull up his Wikipedia, apparently, and it will tell you exactly what he was charged for and how Drake had celebrated him after his release. The last person that should talk about anything related to this shit is Baka. And I think Drake fans should know that as well. And if they don't know that, get to know it, bro, because fuck. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no fucking way, bro, that you thought that you could say so. Maybe because you thought that this shit happened in Canada. Bro, we all have the same internet. I forgot who said that. I think it was Professor Sky or Curtis King or fucking Justin Hunt. But one of they said that shit one time in the podcast, right? They said we all have the same internet, bro. Just because you're in Toronto don't mean that you got servers in Toronto that we don't have access to. We all have access to the same shit. Everybody put W Cubby Bear in the chat, y'all. Salute. Who's it? Hold on. I don't like that. Shout out Cubby Bear. Everybody put W Cubby Bear in the chat. I'm gonna be real direct here. A lot of people need to understand, bro, that they're gonna try to disregard everything. They're gonna try to be real dismissive about everything. Oh, bro, they're bots. That's so fucking annoying. Because this UMG case with Drake is going back and forth, right? They're saying a lot of things, right? Drake and his lawyers have to amend their lawsuit because they have to drop the Stream Farm allegations. All this bot shit is going way over their fucking head, bro. Not even Drake's lawyers and Drake himself going against the fight with UMG is acknowledging the bot accusations anymore. This is just regurgitated shit that they say on that side when they don't want to face the argument at hand. And I think that Hot Free, who does this fucking interview? Is it Hot Freestyle? Who the fuck does Hot Freestyle, who did this interview, was doing this interview with baby gloves. This fucking guy right here did not give any pushback, did not say anything to challenge Baka. He handled this shit with baby gloves, and this is a one-way interview. This interview is not meant to be unbiased. This is a one-way interview that is supposed to be handled in a way so that way Baka could speak without being challenged, without being questioned, and without being controversial. This is all a one-sided conversation where Baka could get his shit off and people could just accept the fact that what he said is what he said without being challenged. Shout out Feast for the 2. He said, "This is Trump tactics. Deny, deny, deny. Don't y'all love me?" Now, this is the whole point. I think the tactic that they're going is very political. I mean, that if that's what you're saying, right? It's a very political tactic. Let's do an interview. Let's talk amongst each other. But me and you know that this is a one-way interview. This is only going to go one way. The interviewer is not going to challenge anything that I'm going to say. I'm doing this interview for the strict purpose because I know that I won't be challenged. So, out of all things, the one thing that we could take from this interview is that Hot Freestyle is compromised. Hot Freestyle is compromised because, and this is what I don't like. You had the opportunity. Hold on. I was tripping on the wire. You had the opportunity to speak to Baka. You could have talked to Baka out of all people. And this is the shit that you let him get off with? Anybody who had the chance to do this interview would have asked the hard questions. They would have asked all the complicated questions. How do you feel about Kendrick responding to you? Could have been one that they have asked. But the follow-up question, I don't know this full interview. I don't even know if it's out. Can someone please tell me if this interview is out? From my knowledge, everybody's reacting to this 2-minute clip on Twitter. But there's no way that an interviewer would let Baka say that without challenging him on the things that he has on his background. I just don't see an interview like this taking place and someone not trying to challenge Baka and the things that he's saying. There is no way, bro. There is no way. Everybody get the likes up, y'all. Let's keep it going. There is no way that this guy, bro. There is no way that this guy asked Baka any hard questions. And I feel like there's a reason why we're gonna see this interview out in clips. We're gonna see this in clips, bro. We're not gonna see this in its full entirety. But I could already tell you right now, bro. This whole shit going down is going to be completely one-sided.
Like a whole nation behind it and celebrating it like it's a true story is unbelievable because everybody has to understand. Like I have a kid. Drake has a kid. You know what I mean? So
I hate that shitty excuse, bro. You act like just because you have a child, you can't do anything wrong. That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard, bro. and I don't know, bro. Hot. What are they called again? Hot Freestyle, bro. Compromise. Completely compromised. I don't believe a fucking thing that they post at this point. Hot Freestyle, compromise, bro. If this interviewer doesn't challenge Baka in any way, because I haven't seen the full interview, but if this fucking guy doesn't challenge anything he says, this shit is completely one-sided, and Hot Freestyle should not be trusted, in my professional opinion. Wasn't thinking about his kid when he assaulted that girl. Bro, nah, for real, man. Hey, he wasn't thinking about the 22. He wasn't thinking about his kid when he was pimping out a 22-year-old prostitute. He wasn't thinking about his kid then. He wasn't thinking about his kid when he was beating her up across the head with a fucking gun. He wasn't thinking about her then. For real, bro. Nah, I'm fucking telling you, bro. Oh, he wasn't talking about his kid when he did 11 months in jail because he beat up a woman for pimping her. Yeah, Hot Freestyle, bro. I don't know. I don't trust Hot Freestyle, bro. I don't trust it. I feel like there's no way. Think about it, bro. Do you really think that Baka would have done an interview with anybody unless he had full control of the interview? These are political tactics that politicians do. I don't like getting political and shit, but these are things that like politics do. I'm going to sit down with you. We're going to talk about the situation, but you're just going to sit there and accept what I'm saying. You can ask the questions that are okay for me to answer, but at the end, I'm not going to answer any questions that you come up with or that you want to know. They might have the questions ready in order and ready to go. Ask about how I feel about Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us verse. That's okay. Because this is most likely the response that he had gave. But don't ask about my case. Don't ask about how I was charged for human trafficking. Don't ask how I did 11 months and the girl didn't testify in court and that's how I was able to get the charges dropped. Don't ask how Drake celebrated my release after doing 11 months. Don't ask the things that are difficult for me to answer that I'm saying that the bots on the internet are claiming online. Don't ask me none of that, but ask me the things that I'm okay with you asking me. That's okay. Very political interview right here, bro, if I say so myself. And I think that this is the problem with Hot Freestyle. Moving forward, it just feels like Hot Freestyle is now compromised. If I didn't know they were compromised then, I know that they're compromised now because unless this interview comes out in its entirety and they do question his questionable background. The thing is, bro, is that I don't see Baka doing this unless he already knows how this interview is going to be orchestrated. There's no way that he would do this interview with just a random person. They have to know the script. Look at this pussy. Makeup, Velen, you suck my dick, bitch. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Bill, you been a Drake hater. Man, fuck Drake. You think I give a fuck? Bro, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. You're the one out here supporting somebody that supports a fucking pedophile, fucking weirdo, human trafficker, Baka. Look at this fucking Baka PDF file supporter. Everybody throw tomatoes and fucking stomp them out in the chat. Everybody put fists and feet in the chat. So you're saying that you like a predator, bro? You support a man that supports human trafficking, bro? You support a man that supports beating women up, bro? I don't know. You tell me, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. It's people like you who try to come at me when you're the one that supports Drake when he's supporting dudes who fucking beat up women and traffic them. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking lost your mind? Have you lost the plot, bro? Really think about what you're saying, bro. Like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? At this point, bro, look, I'm not a Drake hater, bro. I just cover the shit that I cover. If it makes you feel bad, it makes you feel weird, that's on you, bro. I really don't give a fuck. I'm not here trying to defend nobody. I'm not here trying to defame anyone. I just think that it's fucking weird how Drake is out here supporting a human trafficker and he's doing an interview like this being fucking stupid. It's just fucking insane, bro. Just wait until whatever Vlad says come into fruition. Whatever Vlad said, wait for it to come into fruition. Whatever Vlad said, wait for it to come into fruition, bro. Because we already talked about it before Vlad even said anything in regards to the Hidden Hills. Over here, bro, we talked about the Hidden Hills before Vlad opened his fucking mouth. Now that Vlad has fucking spoke on that, oh yeah, it's over, bro. It's over. Look at what Vlad, Adam 22, academics, all of them. Look at what they got going on with the Rico, with the Rolling 60s Crips. You think Vlad is just saying shit to say shit? Nah, Vlad knows shit, bro. The hills have eyes. The hills have eyes. The hills have eyes. What was that Weekend song? Hey, bro. I don't know why Vlad is going at Drake. I really don't know why. I don't know if it's a personal reason or not. But that shit right there, bro. The thing that gets me about Vlad talking about that shit, right? Hold on, I gotta take off a part of my jacket, bro, because it's getting fucking hot. Ugh. So the reason, what I was saying, oh yeah, so the reason why, where do I put? I don't know where I'm at. I have ADHD, bro, so I forget what I'm talking about sometimes. So I know that whatever Drake gets to Vlad, bro, whatever it is, bro, I don't know. They say that Vlad already had a personal vendetta against Drake because he hadn't spoke about a few things that Drake probably should have spoke about. You know, them coming from the same place, having the same similar background, religious wise. I don't like talking about religion, but they're saying that Vlad opened the doors to get at Drake, and I think for whatever reason why he did it, I can't say why, but when he did it, I realized that he was telling the truth. Kind of similar to how Whack 100. And remember, these are the guys that are involved with the Rolling 60s Rico, No Jumper, Whack 100, Vlad, all the interviews that they did with all of these people, it all came back to bite them in the ass. So when Vlad TV had mentioned Hidden Hills, and I already knew pre-existing information about Drake at Hidden Hills, that gave me enough reason to believe that Vlad had stabbed what was going on at that crib. There was some freaky shit going on in the Hidden Hills. There's a reason why Matthew Stafford had sold his property so early after buying it from Drake. The Rams house. Whose house? The Rams house. Yep. Matthew Stafford gave that property up so fast, bro. And he gave it up so cheap. It's not even funny. Why would Matthew Stafford buy a home and sell it back almost for the same price? It's a clear sign that he does not want to own that property anymore. So when Baka is out here doing this interview, it makes me feel like it's a red flag. If y'all are used to political terms, a red flag is what people throw in the air, like figuratively, like a false flag. Like it's just a false red flag. So people could drive their attention to this and drive their attention away from that. So you mean to tell me that the Hidden Hills and DJ Vlad talking about Hidden Hills goes viral, and then right after that goes viral, Baka does an interview, and that immediately takes the attention away from Hidden Hills. We haven't seen Baka since the beginning of this beef, and now that Hidden Hills gets mentioned, Baka comes out and does an interview with Hot Freestyle. Remember who Vlad did the interview with? He did it with Academics. Academics posted the video. Do you really think that Academics didn't tell Drake about the interview and about what Vlad said before he posted it? Don't you think that's enough time to create a play to get people's attention off that interview? What I'm saying is, could it be possible that Academics warned Drake about the Vlad interview and what he said about Hidden Hills, about him covering shit up? Academics warned Drake before he puts the video out, so that way Drake could prepare himself to get the people distracted and not pay attention to what Vlad said. Could it be possible that Drake sent Baka out on a mission to distract the people with his interview so people could ignore what Vlad had just said? And did everybody just fall for it? They're pushing propaganda. Yep. Remember, the problem isn't that Vlad says things and they're a lie. The problem is that Vlad videos get used by the FBI. That's the problem. I think these guys are coming out doing this Baka interview just so that way it could steer all the attention away from what DJ Vlad did when he exposed the Hidden Hills. There's no way this interview would have saw the light of day. If so, it's the biggest coincidence on the planet, and everybody focused their attention on Baka and steered away from the Hidden Hills, which is kind of upsetting because we're allegedly, right? But it's kind of upsetting because you have somebody like DJ Vlad who is saying these things, right? And like I said, like whether you support Vlad or not, the problem isn't what this man is saying. The problem is that the FBI and federal agents use his interviews and other interviews to indict other people. KPD, all that, whatever you want to say. I think realistically, this could have been a bigger and who knows, maybe it could still be a talking point for other people on YouTube, for other people on different sources. But I feel like that's more important than Baka doing an interview. Because think about how dumb this interview is. We know that nobody's going to challenge what Baka is saying. And I feel like even if it gets to the point where this interview goes viral for whatever is said, it's just a dumb interview. It's not an interview that we're going to gain extra knowledge from. He says that Drake told him not to say anything. Well, obviously, why would Drake want his human trafficking homeboy to say anything to the public? It doesn't make sense why this interview is taking place. But when you think about Hidden Hills and how DJ Vlad said that Drake could have paid people off in regards to what was going on at this party compound that he had sold to Matthew Stafford under the name Richard Fitzenwell, could be possible that he's doing that Baka was sent to do this interview to distract the people from what Vlad had just said. Because there's no way that this interview makes sense. And why would Baka, out of all times, come out now? Why would he come out now? It's a propaganda campaign. I don't buy it, bro. I'm not fooled, bro. We are not slow, bro. I can see what is going on. They don't want us to know about Hidden Hills. Let's give them Baka. Let's give them Baka on the silver plate to react to. That'll do it. You already see all the YouTubers make a video about Baka. Let's remind the YouTubers to do a video about Hidden Hills. Everybody who did a video about Baka should double back and do a video about DJ Vlad talking about Hidden Hills. Because what are we going to gain from a Baka interview, realistically, that we don't already know? When this interview comes out, and there's a reason, peep how it's not the whole interview. Notice how it's just a 2-minute clip. Why don't put the whole interview out? Why? Because just in case some other information gets released, we're going to get another 2 minutes of this interview. We're not going to get the whole thing. They're using clips from this interview as propaganda to distract us from the shit that's being uncovered simultaneously as the shit is going on. The hell's that eyes, bro? I'm telling you, bro. I'll fall for this shit for a second. At first, I was pissed. I was upset. I just woke up. But now that I'm woke, oh, chill, let me chill. But now that I'm woke, bro, I'm hit. I know exactly the play. I know what the play is. You want to distract me. You want to distract us from what's going on at that YOLO estate. Diabolical, if you'd ask me. It's like Drake is using Baka to send them off like on a dummy mission. That's what I'm saying, bro. I feel like, and for the people who don't know yet, and this is just like, because what I'm saying about Vlad, I'm sure a lot of people in here are already aware, but for the people that don't know, I guess I could bring it up, right? If I get copyright, I'll just clip it out. But or I could bring my video because I got the video, the edited version of the video. I'll put the Discord in the chat, bro, right now. Give me a second. Where's this shit at?
I will say, though, you know what I was impressed by?
Had exposed Drake, implying that he hid some type of suspicious activity when he stayed in Hidden Hills in California. The clip is what you hear right here.
I will say, though, you know what I was impressed by? With all the shit and say not like us and everything, people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit or like, I thought there was going to be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been no not one person that's accused Drake of anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Well, from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house. Him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid and
Well, maybe they was partying. No, not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
They was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen.
So DJ Vlad, right? I got to say this real quick. My bad, bro. So DJ Vlad, right? He says this, and right after this goes viral, right after Academics, because mind you, this interview is doing its own thing with DJ Academics posting it, right? So this is going viral. This is making its way around the internet. And then Baka does an interview right afterwards. So just to keep people up to speed, I think that Baka doing this interview was a simple way to distract people from what Vlad said here just 3 days ago.
I will say though, you know what I was impressed by? With all the shit and say not like us and everything people talking about Drake, not one.
Shout out Nalana for the 5-member gifted, bro. Shout out for the 5 members. Welcome to the W Nalana in the chat. Everybody peep right now. The clip is what you hear right here.
I will say though, you know what I was impressed by? With all the shit and say not like us and everything people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit or like I thought there was gonna be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been not one person that's accused Drake of anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Well, from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house. And him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid and
well, maybe they was partying. No, not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
They was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen.
So, and just to add a context on there, right? Remember who didn't testify against Baka in court? 22-year-old woman into prostitution, taking her money. This is what Baka was arrested for and charged with, forcing a 22-year-old woman into prostitution and taking her money. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to assaulting the woman and an unrelated weapon charge. He was sentenced to 6 months. But since he already spent 10 months in custody, he was not required to serve any additional time. The woman refused to testify, which led to the charges of procuring prostitution and human trafficking to be dropped. Because she refused to testify, the charges for human trafficking were dropped. But look at what DJ Vlad had said right here.
Paying them off, and so I mean, listen.
So I share that.
Some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
They was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen.
I think Drake is just paying them off. I think Drake is just paying them off.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen.
The woman refused to testify, which led to the charges procuring prostitution and human trafficking to be dropped. So did he pay her off too? I guess that's the question that we all want to know, right? Because what's happening at the Yellow Estate, Vlad is openly saying maybe they paid them off. Academics think so too. Maybe in the situation with Baka also, since we're on that topic too, maybe they paid them off too. Whether you're in Toronto or you're in the Hidden Hills in Calabasas, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it truly doesn't matter where you're at. Because money talks to everybody the same. And when you're dealing with a 22-year-old woman who was doing prostitution, there is no way that she's not going to take a payday. These are how things that are very dark never see the light of day. No woman out there struggling and selling her body is going to say no to a payday. She's already degraded herself to the point where she's already lost all respect for her body. There's no way that she would say no to easy money. So it's crazy how when Vlad's talking about one thing, it sounds similar to this whole Baka situation that we're talking about now on a whole different tip. It just trips me out, bro, how people are so blind to everything that's happening. Like everybody that's in here, right? We know what's happening. We know what's going on at Hidden Hills. We know what's going on with this Baka interview. But I feel like it's all a distraction. But at the same time, what Vlad is saying are valid points to how this human trafficking charge that Baka had caught. It feels like he's making valid points to that. You could take what Vlad is saying about Hidden Hills and match it up to how Baka came out with these charges unscathed, and they seem like they go together. Drake has a song called 4 a.m. in Calabasas, which is actually 4 p.m. in Calabasas, which is actually a song based off of the Hidden Hills. Let's look at it. There's actually another song that hold on. Let's see if there's any clues in the song, right? Since it's on the subject, right? So Calabasas, if you don't know, is going to be a place in California, Hidden Hills, close to Hidden Hills, all that, right? This is also a sequence of songs that he has named under time. This is how 616 in LA became a thing, because Drake has these songs titled that way under time frames of different places. The reference track 5 a.m. in Toronto has been one of them that people have been talking about as a reference track. And this is 4 p.m. in Calabasas, right? Hidden Hills. All you self-promoters are janky. We established like the Yankees. The whole effing game thankless. We moving militant, but somehow you the one tanking. No limit to where I can take it. Hold on. "2016. So, if I'm not mistaken, let me see when Drake sells Matt Stafford. Matthew Stafford buys part of Drake's party compound for $11 million. This was back in 2022. So in 2022, Matthew Stafford buys the property from Drake. Now remember, it was going viral at the peak of the beef that Drake had moved out of California just 2 years prior to all of this happening. People were wondering why he moved out to Cali. There was even that ongoing joke about how Drake can't live in Cali no more because he'll have to face repercussions after the beef, being so that Kendrick Lamar is from California himself. So right here in 2022, if we go to the song 4 p.m. in Calabasas, we could confirm that Drake was still living there at the time, right? So I want to see if there's any specific lyric that I could look for. If you could tell me in the chat, I'd appreciate it. And you know how the Christ bottle sender check picker upper. All of a sudden, I got people showing how much they truly resent me. The whole demeanor just spells envy. They're trying to tempt me. Hold on. I thought we looked out for one another, saw us as all brothers in the struggle, too blessed to be humble. I guess it's different in the city I come from. All of a sudden, I got people showing how much they truly resent me. The whole demeanor just spells envy. They trying to tempt me. But we're talking about Calabasas. They're saying right here that he could be talking about Tory Lanez and the beef that he could have had with Tory Lanez. We know they kind of had like an issue or whatever that got squashed later on. It would feel like he's talking to somebody that he was chilling with in Calabasas. And I think it's important because 616 in LA was a song to replicate the thing that Drake does when he names a time and a place. And in 616 in LA, Kendrick is saying shit like, we got people that are trying to like watch you fail. Hold on. In LA, look. Because I think it's important to note that both of these, when Kendrick did 616 in LA, it was supposed to be like with Drake when he drops 5 a.m. in Toronto, 4 p.m. in Calabasas, 616 in LA. Let me see. If you were street smart, then you would have caught that your entourage was only there to hustle you. 100 people that you got on salary, and 20 of them want you as a casualty. 4 p.m. Calabasas. All of a sudden, I got people showing how much they truly resent me. The whole demeanor just spells envy. They trying to tempt me. Hold on. So does Kendrick know about Hidden Hills? And whoever Drake is talking about on 4 p.m. in Calabasas, Drake is aware that someone in his team is resenting him. They're not messing with him. I don't think it's about Tory Lanez and all of that, because Tory Lanez is not in Calabasas with him, unless he is. However, the similarities are shared in Kendrick Lamar's 616 in LA. If you were smart, then you would have caught that your own entourage is only there to hustle you. Hold on. What messages? Hold on. Aaron. I'm not looking at the chat right now, but what messages on Discord? I'll get to it right now. So look, basically, I always said I think there's a way more of the 616 in LA than we know. I'm sure the whole industry knows there's city types. So everybody put W Frank in the chat, bro. W Frank. Nah, bro. I agree. And you know what's crazy? I wanted to point this out. I don't know who this is, and I'm sorry to put your account out there like that. I'm not sure if that was your intention. Oh, and shout out to Jalopy Bungus, bro. Commented on the video. So big salute, big W. Shout out to the HHSB crew too for reacting to both of us. So take a look here, bro. Somebody had commented something. This was something else. Micro. Oh, Micro, yeah. I mean, he be in here all the time, bro. This was one thing, and another thing I wanted to point out. But remember when What's the Dirt video breakdown for 616 in LA, where he shows a clip of Madison Beer talking about Drake's party she went to, and there's a clip of one of Drake's parties in the video where there's a bunch of girls at some party at his house, that clearly didn't look like adults. That is at the Hidden Hills house. Same waterfall and pool area and everything. And there was another one, bro. Hold up. Everybody's referring to that video, as you can see here. Everybody put W Frank in the chat, bro. I know a lot of people that are saying, like, oh, I hate to bring up What's the Dirt, right? But he did point out a video of Madison Beer at the YOLO estate partying with a whole bunch of girls that looked underage. There's a other comment here that caught my attention. I'm just looking for it right now. Let me see. Oh, right here. Sorry for coughing. This comes out from Just Nick 47. He's somebody that commented on the video, right? He had said, let me just tell y'all. Hold on. Let me check the chat real quick. I don't know. It's called Splash Brothers. Check his first lyric on Splash Brothers. You'll be shocked. Okay. Shout out Aaron. I'll check it out right now. Let me just show you this this message right here. So he said, so Just Nick apparently is a person from California. He says it in the comment in the last video that I posted, right? He says, let me just tell you, and y'all may not believe it, but this is real facts. When I was in high school, a lot of hoes around school were talking about how Drake was throwing a party and certain people were able to get invites. Now, I thought that this was BS and just more high school rumors. But then I started seeing Snapchats at this crazy house and hundreds of people captioning Drake's party. I hate to bring up the Do What's the Dirt, but the 616 in LA video breakdown, there's a couple videos on there from the parties, and the girls look very obviously under stage. I'm from LA, by the way. Downey South, LA area. So I wanted to point this out because this guy didn't believe the rumors at his high school that people were able to go to Drake's party. It wasn't until later on that night he saw people post on Snapchat that they were at Drake's party. And he's not the only one to refer back to What's the Dirt's video of 616 in LA when he showed Madison Beer at Drake's party at the YOLO estate, the Hidden Hills. There's a possibility that what this guy is saying allegedly might have some truth to it. Keep it alleged. But if you have people in the close area, think about it though. This guy has nothing. I don't know this guy from a can of paint, right? He just watched my videos. But to think for a second, yo, when Drake lived there was people in my school saying that they were going to go to a party, thought it was full of shit. Later on, they ended up being at the party. And I was like, what the fuck? Later on, you see videos that 616 in LA breakdown. You see people, girls going to his party in LA. Him being a resident from LA. I don't feel like he would make this shit up on purpose. You know, I feel like he's just being genuine right here. But we're gonna check out the lyrics that Aaron told us to look. I want to see what exactly, because I think I've heard the song Splash Brothers be referenced before. But real quick, my bad. You know I'm fighting allergies, bro. But I think that this definitely has something to do with what Kendrick was talking about in 616 in LA. Going based off how Kendrick was mocking Drake's title, using the time and the locations, I feel like Kendrick was going back to this right here. Because remember, this is Calabasas. This is California. This is Kendrick's hometown. This is Kendrick's home. If anybody knows what was happening in California when Drake stayed there, it's going to be the people in California and Kendrick Lamar. I don't think it's a coincidence that Kendrick was talking about how people are there to hustle you in 616 in LA. People in your entourage are using you and want to see you fall. And going back to Drake's own lyrics, and Drake admitting there's people on his team that truly resent me. Their whole demeanor spells envy. And this song is in 2016. It just feels like you're in California talking about how someone wants to see you fall on your own team. Kendrick brings it up in 616 in LA. It could be possible that he knows this is the mole. This is the mole. This is the mole. We're going back to the mole. It's all about the mole. 616 as in June 16. Oh, the song came out on June 2016. Oh my God. No way. June 2016. No way. June 16 was when the song came out. 616 in LA. Calabasas is in LA. Calabasas is in California. He dropped it on June 16, which is 616. I just peeped there, yep. But it's the lyrics too. It's the same subject matter. All of a sudden, I got people showing how much they really resent me. Their whole demeanor just spells out envy. If you were smart, then you would have caught that your entourage is there to hustle you. 100 people on salary, and 20 of them want you as a casualty. And one of them is actually next to you, and two of them is practically tired of your lifestyle, just don't got the audacity to tell you. The clip is what you hear right here.
I will say though, you know what I was impressed by? With all the shit and say not like us and everything people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit or like I thought there was gonna be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been not one person that's accused Drake of anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Because from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house. And him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid and
Well, maybe they're just partying. No, not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention
I
them.
heard it was getting it in
what
type
it
shit.
is. I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like, yo,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen. I mean, listen.
So I share that audio clip that Jalopy had. Everybody drop the. Oh man, I just made the whole connection. Everybody drop the. If you remember, drop that emoji in the chat right now. Damn, bro. I gotta check out Splash Brothers still. But hold on. Who is this? Who's the OG? This shit's tweaking. Hold on. Even had the OGs trying to press me, no way outside. I'm already in it. I'm not attending when I do a show and get a ticket. Good business can clean millions. I got the vision. I've been had it since no scrubs and no pigeons, even back when I wasn't popping. When they told me an R&B guy on the road, and I told him no, and drew for Kendrick and Rocky. Hold on. So he mentions Kendrick at 4 a.m. at 4 p.m. in Calabasas? Oh yeah, this is definitely what Kendrick had talked about. Oh yeah. He was definitely talking. Kendrick was him naming Kendrick in the song just gives more proof why Kendrick made 616 in LA. Oh. I'm starting to understand. He says, what would Mike would do? Because he mentions Mike and Michael Jackson. Mike never tried to rap like Pac. Pac never tried to sing like Mike. What Mike would do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So you mean to tell me that Kendrick was also hinting the 4 p.m. in Calabasas? And now it just so happens that Calabasas is being referred to as Hidden Hills, the yellow estate where Drake is accused of covering shit up by DJ Vlad? Wow. I know the reference tracks have been leaking for these songs too. I know 5 a.m. in Toronto. I didn't know 4 p.m. Calabasas was leaked. I'm gonna check out Splash Brothers right now. Let's check out Splash Brothers right now. You said I have French Montana? Oh, I gotta blow my nose. You know, allergy season be fucking me up, bro. Hold on. You said it was a French Montana song? Hey, don't get me started with French Montana. He was at the same Barts with Drake and fucking Cuba Gooding Jr. and P. Diddy. I know about French. He weird. He was there at the Diddy parties. I ain't tripping. He was there with Drake's dad. Wait, what? Yeah, on Double MG, I'll fuck a rapper's wife. She ain't even my type, but I'll make the sacrifice. Serena Williams. What? Wait. Is this the bar? Shout out Transporter. Thought Crime been talking about it. So what exactly is this the bar that they are? The first line is verse 1 from Drake. Double MG. I'll fuck a rapper's wife. She ain't even my type, but I'll make the sacrifice. Shout out Frank for the 2. He said, look at the lyrics to Can't Take a Joke 2018. All right. Let me find out what's going on. Shout out W Frank in the chat, by the way. Everybody put W Frank in the chat. Said keep reading. The verse or the breakdown. Have her splitting thighs like she works at Gladys Knights. Yeah, I was never nothing nice. People know the real secrets left in Hidden Hill. Oh my god. And this is unreleased? Oh my god, bro. We fucking got him. We fucking got him.
Got him. We fucking got him. Got him. We fucking got him. Got him.
We got him. Yeah, got him. Wow. I could probably add context to this lyric right here. So he says, people know the real secrets left in Hidden Hills. People know the real secrets left in Hidden Hills. People know the real secrets left in Hidden Hills.
Everything people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit, or like I thought there was gonna be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been not one person that's
coming out. Well, from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house, and him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid. And
maybe this is partying. No, not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
There was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like, yo,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen. I mean, if you
Got him. We fucking got him.
Bought the whole street up, and I got it for a steal. People know the real secrets left in hidden hills. Bought the whole street up, and got it for a steal. Hold on. He bought it, right? Going back here. Bought the whole street up and got it for a steal. The buyer, the seller, the buyer. He got it off a steal. 2.8 million, sold it for 11 million. Bought the whole street up and got it for a steal. He did. He got it for 2 million. Oh. So this is. So you mean to tell me that Drake is openly talking about this shit? Who the fuck is Goldfarb Diego Alau? Who's Goldfarb Sandra? Hold on. Goldfarb Sandra. Sandra Goldfarb, Senior Vice President and Group Leader at Rasky Partners. She's a retailer. Housing and sheltering. She's tweeting. She's reposting this. Goldfarb Communications Group. Goldfarb's Communications Group. Goldfarb Diego Lil. Oh, okay. So this song never got released? Is that what y'all telling me? So this song was never released. Splash Brothers was never. It says original French Montana. So you mean to tell me that this song never came out? The link, I got you. So he mentioned Hidden Hills on a track that's not his, a track that didn't end up going on all platforms. And now I'm starting to think we know the reason why. It didn't go on all platforms because he's talking about an incriminating thing that occurred at the Hidden Hills. When did this song come out? Hold on. Everybody tap into the Discord, bro. We got like 250 in that bitch. Let's get it to 300. 300. Shout out everybody who's been in here, bro. Bro. Yo, Thought Crimes, if he's really gone over this shit, bro, he really on top of his shit. I'm not gonna lie. Because I didn't know about the song. I knew about Richard Fitzgerald. I knew about the estate. I knew about the transactions that occurred with the property. I just didn't know what it entailed. I didn't know that Vlad was going to say what he said. I didn't know that Drake had wrote lyrics about it, about the Hidden Hills, and people knowing about what goes on there. I didn't know any of that extra shit, right? So, like, I'm starting to think, bro, like, Drake told on himself, and this happens to be like a. So, if you saw the video that I did about the Mark Hotel, you had saw that I had talked about very openly about how Drake is getting in these predicaments where he kind of incriminates himself. When I had talked about the Ann Wintour situation and Ebony Prince talking about Anita and implying that Kendrick could have been referring to Anita from like the Mark Hotel or Anita McSwin, whatever the case may be. One of the biggest conversations was, why would Drake bring up a subject where he looks bad in? But why do all of these rappers continue to talk about topics that incriminate them also? It's just something that rappers do. To taunt, to provoke, whatever it is. They end up doing it anyways. So let's go back to the lyrics, right? Bought the whole street up and I got it for a steal. You got it for 2 million, 3 million, sold it for 11 million. So that is a steal. This is the property that he's talking about, right? Middleman lining, then I cut them out the deal. Turned cutthroat for real. I was on a ride while you boys was sitting still. I've been on a high while you boys are on the pills. And God forbid I die, many of you boys ain't in on the will. Is he talking to the Mo? Why does Drake do this thing where he's talking to his own camp? The only people that are going to be on the will would be people in his camp. So this is him clearly talking to people on his own team. Everybody tap in, bro. Shout out everybody that's tapping in, bro, to the Discord. I see y'all joining right now. Cold world, baby girl, but I ain't from the Ville. Cold world, baby. Yeah, you ain't from the Ville, boy. Cold world, baby girl, but I ain't from the Ville. Not a politician, but I bet I passed the bill. Yeah, they try to copy sound, but they never heard the feel. Lucian and me, just like Kobe and Shaq, but we never even chill. What? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, this song definitely didn't come out. I feel like before he mentioned Lucian, I feel like he's talking about people in his team. And God forbid I die, many of you boys ain't in on the will. The only people that would reap off the benefits if he died were the people on his will. But the only people named on the will would be people that he's close to. So I don't think it would be people that he's featured with or did songs with or knows, like, as an acquaintance. It would have to be people on OVO Sound. It would have to be people that he's close to, that he feels is envying of him. The whole demeanor just spells envy. They trying to tempt me. I got people showing how much they truly resent me. It's the same thing. $2021. Let me remind you, he didn't sell this estate until 2022. A scrape verse from 2021 in the time frame of the Hitmaker's feud with Kanye West. He didn't sell the property to Matthew Stafford until April 2022. From 2016 to 2021, Drake has mentioned the Hidden Hills estate in his music. There could be subliminals from 2016 to 2022 riddled all across of his music. Half a decade of songs that he's put out could be referencing the situations that occurred at Hidden Hills. The comeback season, the sample is originally from Eddie. Baby, those are cute. I adore those. Me and the salesman build a rapport, though. This is Drake. He understood the fact that I'm spending offshore, though. Cash only transactions, homie. And please no receipts. The feds like to explore those. They can't audit if they don't know I bought it. Been doing it for years, homie. Thoroughly and thought it. Through what it do, I am currently recording on a track, admitting most of my currency's imported. But too late now, it's too legit to hit them with a lawsuit, even though those are acts that I did commit. Repeat offender Anita Baker playing in the whip as they pull me over, my sweet surrender. What? Shout out Rel for the 5. He said, that's the song Rick Ross was saying about the cease and desist. Oh, so Rick Ross tried to get this song up out of there, the Splash Brothers song? Drake sent the cease and desist for this song?
Drake is back on tour. He announced on his Instagram page, "It's all a blurred tour too, big as the
It's all a blurred tour too."
Cole.
This was reported April. This was right before the beef had kicked off. Oh shit.
So he'll be
He's just
hitting the road with J. Cole.
Oh, that's
Pretty
fire.
fire.
Wait, no, that's super fire.
Wait. So
Yes.
I don't understand.
Wait, that's super fire. Wait, hold
He
up.
just finished his tour, and now he announced a new tour with J. Cole.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought he had said he was going away for a while or something. But
Tour
maybe
starts
the
January
while has been
19th
waited.
in Denver.
Wow,
Maybe the
full
while
new
has
Drake
been
tour.
waited.
Yo, Ebro, man, you're really high, bro.
Yo,
Like
this
you just
guy's
literally
next level.
high.
You just say that giggling.
He's literally giggling and just weighing in on nothing. Like he's just,
What is happening right here?
yo, what is going really? I don't
Drake is back on tour. He announced on his Instagram page, "It's all a blurred tour too, big as the
It's all a blur tour too.
Cole." So he'll be
He's just
hitting the road with J. Cole.
Oh, that's
Pretty
fire.
fire.
Wait, no, that's super fire.
Wait, that's crazy, bro. So all of this just happened. So, because I thought that Rick Ross was beefing with Drake because of the whole like girlfriend invited his ex-girlfriend backstage with the OVO invitations. We know how that go backstage with Drake. Give me a hug. I'll keep it a legend. But I didn't know he sent the cease and desist for this.
Wait. So
Yes.
I don't understand.
Wait, that's
He-
super fire. Wait, hold
He
up.
just finished his tour, and now he announced a new tour with J. Cole.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought he had said he was
No, this is in 2024. This is old. But we're trying to see why. I think this might be SNI.
going away for a while or something.
This might be just an old clip.
Tour
Maybe
starts
the
January
while has been
19th
waited.
in Denver.
I'm gonna see if they say anything about Rick Ross though.
Wow,
Maybe the
full
while
new
has
Drake
been
tour.
waited.
Yo, Ebro, man, you're really high, bro.
Yo,
Like
this
you just
guy's
literally
next level.
high.
You just sitting there giggling.
He's literally giggling and just weighing in on nothing. Like he's just,
What is happening right here?
yo, what is going on?
He's falling apart.
He's LLJ Cool J, huh?
He's falling apart. Oh my
I mean, he
God.
made it pretty much the whole show though. So
He did. No, he went further than I even think he should have.
yo,
And for the audience, he's cracking up and he's holding the crutches in his left hand.
Yeah, look at him. Look at you.
Oh my God.
Well, that's dope,
All right.
man. Drake and J. Cole, that is an appealing show.
I think it might just be an old clip. I think it might be irrelevant. Hold on. After Ross revealed the origins behind unfollowing Drake, the desisted reference track leaked on social media on Sunday, April 14th. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand now. According to Champagne Moments, Drake's removal of a verse from French Montana's track Splash Brothers led to a feud between Drake and Rick Ross. Lil Wayne replaced Drake on the official track on Montana's latest album, Mac and Cheese 5. French Montana has not sided with any artists involved in the beef against Drake. Drake and French Montana have collaborated on several songs, including the #1 hit Stay Schemin' in 2012 featuring Rick Ross. Montana's Mac and 5 features a star-studded lineup, including Lil Wayne, Rick Ross, St. John, Lil Baby, Westside Gun, Bryson Tiller, Lil Durk, JID, and many more. The album encountered challenges verifying its sales and shooting and legal notice from Drake. Drizzy and Rose have exchanged nose-referred remarks across social media since Ross dropped Champagne Moments. Drake's mother got involved with the jokes, and the rapper posted a conversation that clarified the nose surgery allegations. He's gone loopy off the Manjaro. He hasn't eaten in days, and it turned him angry and racist. He's performing at proms for money. It's bad. Don't worry. We'll handle it. And get me a tuna sandwich while you're at it, Mom. So what did Rick Ross have to say? Hold up. About this cease and desist. Gamma CEO and co-founder Larry Jackson revealed that Drake actually sent French and sent French a cease and desist letter confirming the claims made by Rick Ross on his Drake diss track, Champagne Moments.
Big Gamma, fuck they talking about,
Oh,
Larry?
Yeah, nigga, let's
Oh,
go.
got it. I'll give you one answer to that question, which doesn't pick a side or anything. The cease and desist letter was a real thing. I thought that was really funny in January. But other than that, I got no dog in this race, man. I'll give you one answer to that question, which doesn't pick a side or anything. The cease and desist letter was a real thing. I thought that was really funny in January. But other than that, I got no dog in this race, man.
But I don't know why. Why would I send my friend a cease and desist on a mixtape? That was mad.
Because it shows Hidden Hills. Because it shows Hidden Hills. That's why, Joe Budden. Now it's all starting to make sense why this was a big deal. It may have, Joe Budden clearly didn't know why he would send a cease and desist letter over a mixtape. It's just a mixtape. But it's because Drake didn't want this verse to see the light of day. He did not want people to know what he was talking about when he was referring to the Hidden Hills. That's why. Hold on, let me play this clip.
Side or anything. The cease and desist letter was a real thing. I thought that was really funny in January. But other than that, I got no dog in this race, man.
But I don't know why. Why would I send my friend a cease and desist on a mixtape? That was mad.
We all have different senses of humor. You know what I mean? I thought it was funny. I don't think anybody was really trying to be nefarious. I just thought it was a joke.
Well, them dudes sure felt like he was trying to be nefarious.
Listen, man, I love everybody involved, man.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, we know.
I love everybody involved, and I will say this though. It's interesting that the people who sit at the top of the skyscraper in the ivory towers just love this because they make so much money off of it. You know what I mean? It's like funny because like they watch us and let us fight with each other, and then go into the marketing meeting later on that day and ask how many streams their music got. It's just funny. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's a scapegoat ass. That's a scapegoat ass answer. I don't know who the fuck that is, but the cease and desist was clearly because he didn't want nobody to know that he was talking about Hidden Hills. They know the real secrets left in Hidden Hills. So let's check out Champagne Moments, okay?
A very business-minded corporate perspective. That's my only point of view about it.
I agree with that.
That's peace.
I agree with that. 100%.
And salute.
That's the sad part.
That's the sad part. We sit here as an audience really not even really kind of really taking into account who truly benefits if you follow the money at the end of the day. And these guys, just kind of stir it up and send legal letters and do all this kind of stuff. And ultimately the people that benefit are the chairman and CEOs of these companies really who, kind of enjoy it. I mean,
Champagne Moments. I unfollowed you because you sent the motherfucking cease and desist to French Montana. You sent the police. Hated on my dog's project. That wasn't the same white boy that I seen when we were making them early records. Oh. So you mean to tell me that Rick Ross was upset, obviously, right? Because it wasn't how Drake normally acts. You don't act like that, bro. We've done records for a really long time. That wasn't the same guy that I saw when we were doing those early records. But it's because what if Rick Ross doesn't know what's going on in Hidden Hills? So to Rick Ross, this may look like, to Rick Ross, he might be an outsider looking in. He might not even be aware of what Drake got's going on in Hidden Hills. So obviously, Rick Ross isn't going to know why Drake is sending a cease and desist. To him, he thinks that he's hating on French Montana. I find it weird that French Montana isn't saying anything, only because I know that French Montana attended the Diddy parties and was at the same Barts with Drake, Diddy, Cuba Gooding Jr., Little Rod, and Quavo and Dennis Graham. There could be a possibility that French Montana knows why Drake sent the cease and desist, and is a reason why he's not that upset about it, versus Rick Ross, who's unaware of the behavior and is being very vocal about it. How is Rick Ross mad about this situation more than French Montana? You would think that French Montana should be the one that's more upset than Rick Ross. Unless Rick Ross understands why Drake had sent the cease and desist. Hold up. We got Drake, Lil Baby, P. Diddy, Meek Mill, Quavo, French Montana, and Fabulous all spent New Year's in the St. Barts together. Let me remind you what happened at the St. Barts, bro. Remember what happened with the Diddy case with Lil Rod?
That, you know, every outlet in the world wants to talk to you. And again, I'm like, I'm not defining myself from some headline in the press. So I stay quiet. And it's so funny. So I'll tell you a little story about who my girlfriend is. She gave Robert De Niro 3 grandkids. Her name is Claudine De Niro. She married his son, Raphael. They separated. We've been together.
I did a video about his girlfriend, a brief discussion about it. I still need to go in depth about
Raphael. They separated.
But we'll talk about it right now. We'll just get into
married his son, Raphael. They separated. He gave Robert De Niro 3 grandkids. Her name is Claudine De Niro. She married his son, Raphael. They separated. We've been together for a while. But she, at one point, ran Naomi Campbell's publicity. She, at one point, ran P. Diddy's publicity, right when he started doing the white party thing. Mm-hmm. He had just gotten freed from indictment, found not guilty. Did he? And he said to her, I'm going to die running with these niggas, man. I need you to help me with the white folks and the switch. And so she helped change cultivate his new image. So they had a friendship for years.
Not only does Cuba Gooding Jr. was married or used to be married to a woman who was Drake's real estate agent. P. Diddy. Here, he shares a video where Drake calls his same girlfriend that he's talking about, which has associations with P. Diddy. Right here, look. Calls her real estate agent.
All right, Drake, what did you call Claudine De Niro just now? What did you call her?
I said she was my real estate agent.
She's your real estate agent? This nigga
she was looking into some things.
Yeah. And what's she looking into right now?
We need more conversation. We need
Casually, Claudine and I, he invited us to his house. The pandemic was starting to ease, you know, and hadn't seen him since that night where this guy with this picture that says that I had my shoulder on him and all this stuff, making it look sordid. Well, that picture, everyone in the room, there's probably 300 of us on the deck of P. Diddy's, I'm going to show you, on P. Diddy's boat, New Year's Eve. I went from one ship, Happy New Year. So I hung out with Tyson, and next ship, there's Drake. This ship had P. Diddy. He had on the deck of P. Diddy's, I'm going to show you, on P. Diddy's boat, New Year's Eve. I went from one ship, Happy New Year. So I hung out with Tyson, and next ship, there's Drake. This ship had P. Diddy. He had
Drake was there.
New Year.
That's what I'm saying, bro. New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. Look at that. January 2nd, New Year's Eve. In St. Barts, bro. New Year's Eve, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. New Year's Eve. This happened around the same time. He's saying that when this happened, that he was there, that Drake was there, following Diddy's boat around while all of this was going.
Well, that picture, everyone in the room, there's probably 300 of us on the deck of P. Diddy's, I'm going to show you, on P. Diddy's boat, New Year's Eve. I went from one ship, Happy New Year. So I hung out with Tyson, and next ship, there's Drake. This ship had P. Diddy. He had
Drake was there.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all. So Drake says that he's gonna mourn the passing of Takeoff, and then he postpones again in December, and then he finally does the concert in January, and then moving to January, that's when the Christopher Alvarez situation happens. He postponed the concert all the way until January the following year in 2023. And that's when the Alvarez situation started. And then this is when the federal agents pulled up to the Mark Hotel. The same time, like I said in the previous video, he rescheduled this to January. All of this was supposed to happen. This concert at the Apollo was supposed to happen last year, but he rescheduled. And then he celebrated New Year's with P. Diddy and Cuba Gooding Jr., where Cuba Gooding Jr. was accused of SA to Little Rod. That same party Drake was at. Come back the next year, 2023 in January, and this is where the federal agents are there, where Christopher Alvarez is waiting for them. Started coming into play. It's the span of 3 months. It was November, December, and then January. Why did he need 2 months to do this concert again? He didn't mourn the passing of Takeoff for 1 month. Drake didn't mourn the passing of Takeoff for just 2 months. He probably did for like a week or so. And then when the next month came in December, he had a New Year's Eve party with everybody in attendance, with everybody that was there. Drake, Lil Baby, Diddy, Meek Mill, Quavo. Quavo was even there, which is really strange Because if Quavo is there, but then you supposedly diss Drake later on in the year, I'm not too sure. Maybe those are the fan speculations, but I don't know what to make of it. I don't know why Quavo's there, but everybody's at St. Barts. And you know who else is there? French Montana. French Montana is there. So it makes you think, when Rick Ross was getting at Drake for sending a cease and desist with Splash Brothers, which was French Montana's song, was Rick Ross making a big deal about the cease and desist more than French Montana because French Montana partakes in the suspicious activity that Drake partakes in? Could he realize that Hidden Hills was a lyric? French Montana, did he understand that Drake's Hidden Hills lyric shouldn't have ever saw the light of day? But Rick Ross takes it more personal than French Montana because Drake isn't like this. That's not the same guy. That's not the same white boy that I seen when we were making early records. You're not like, bro, you don't do things like that. Why are you doing them now? Well, it's because you're talking about Hidden Hills. And French might know a thing or two because he's been at a couple yacht parties. He might have even been to Hidden Hills himself. Because why would Drake mention Hidden Hills on a French Montana track? Why? Because he parties with him? Rick Ross got to watch French Montana, man. Rick Ross got to watch French Montana, dog. I don't know the relationship now. Drake and Diddy were co-producing a documentary on French Montana. Oh, French is on the fence for sure. He hasn't dropped anything for a while for a reason. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I haven't seen him drop really anything after the beef. Yeah, I think I have the video here. Hold on. Is it in this one?
Love and get close.
When Diddy's boat.
Thank you. They say love is a strong word, but if I'm going to describe our brotherhood, I need a stronger word, you know? Real talk. Please, 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 Tommaso, thank you so much for the other night, for putting all this on for us. Please find the people that you love and get close. Don't get far. We got to bring the new year in close together. I'm going to start counting down right now. You ready? 2023. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy
Yep. Ain't no party like a Diddy party, I guess. Ain't no party like a I'm stupid, bro. Oh shit. Where was it at? Where was it at? Where was it at? I got it right here. I gotta find it. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. Pull up to Diddy's Club Love house party. Yep, there's Drake. That's French Montana. I'm telling y'all, bro. I covered this shit for a minute, bro. Hold on, look. That's Drake. Like that's French Montana. And Drake's dad, bro. I'm telling you, bro. At the Diddy party is crazy, bro. So maybe there's a possible chance that French Montana didn't share the same sentiments as Rick Ross when he sent the cease and desist. It's probably because he already knew a thing or two about Drake's escapades. I just feel like, allegedly, keep it alleged, but I feel like French Montana knows a thing or two about some escapades that Drake had partook in. But yeah, bro, I really do think that this Hidden Hills thing is very important. And I think that the Baka situation that people are focusing on now currently is just to distract us from everything else that we've just talked about on this live stream. I really don't think that this Baka thing was something that we were supposed to pay attention to. I think it's meant to distract us from what's going on over there at Hidden Hills. You see, I've talked about this. I think somebody had talked about Dot Crimes, had talked about this. Other content creators have mentioned pieces of this puzzle that we're all trying to put together. And I think that Vlad added a very big piece to the puzzle. I think Vlad talking about Hidden Hills was something that triggered something in Drake's team to send Baka out here on a dummy mission to distract the public audience about what's happening at Hidden Hills. There's no way around that, bro. I legitimately think that this is what's happening right now. He said, bro, Don and his people know what happened on that tour that Drake brought him and ASAP on. It's something that they saw. Well, what's interesting about you saying that is that he brings up Kendrick and that exactly on the 4 p.m. in Calabasas song. He says, where is it? And when they told me to take an R&B guy on the road, I told them no and drew for Kendrick and Rocky, 4 p.m. in Calabasas. I almost feel like he was talking about them and other people that kind of slighted him. In 2016, at this point, Drake and Kendrick aren't cool. They haven't publicly admitted to their beef, but they weren't cool at this time. This is already past control, past the Elliott Wilson interview. Yeah, they already open, bro. What Vlad did is more controversial than what the public is trying to than what the public thinks. There's only a few people that are looking at Hidden Hills more than they're looking at that Baka interview. There's a reason, like I said earlier, that Baka interview is only 2 minutes long and it's not the full interview. I think if something breaks out on this side, like the Hidden Hill scenario, I feel like we're going to get another 2-minute clip of Baka. I feel like after that, we get another 2-minute clip of Baka. And then when something severe happens, whether it be the lawsuit, whether it be Hidden Hills, Vlad, whatever, that's when we get the full interview. I don't think that this situation ends right here. I don't think it's released, bro. I don't think this everything that I've been seeing as of right now has only been a reaction. Hold on. Let's see. We got 16-minute clip. And that's it.
Just do it with my.
So we got a 16-minute clip, bro, and we don't even know if this is the whole interview. It might be the whole interview, but 16 minutes is not a lot, bro.
I check it out freestyle, and I'm here with the man who's lived up to his name. No pun. Come on, stop playing. It's us, but we're none other than Baka. Not nice in the flesh.
How you doing, brother?
What's going on? How you living?
Bless.
Yeah. Looking real serious, man. Looking real serious, bro. How you been? How's your day going, man?
It's good so far. So far, so good, man. I'm here.
Yeah.
You know,
got a haircut as well. You know,
feel fresh.
Always. You always roll with the barber?
I don't believe this shit, bro. So they only did 16 minutes, bro. Only 16 minutes of an interview.
Nah. So, well, kind of, sort of, but he wasn't available. So Smigs hooked me up today. Done already.
Yeah.
Gave me a loaner. Bam.
That we love that. We love friends that come, with resources.
Yeah.
But yeah, how?
So you're saying there's nothing interesting about this interview?
A couple weeks.
Besides,
maybe 2-3.
Besides the Kendrick part, which is what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, this interview is literally one way. It's one-sided. They're not going to ask him a difficult question. He's going to get his shit off, and it's all meant to distract us from what really matters, which is the situation with Hidden Hills and all the other shit, the Mark Hotel and everything else.
3 weeks.
Can we say you guys got something coming out soon?
Not only that, but the lawsuit, and shout out Abso-fucking-lutely for real. She uncovered that there could be a potential whistleblower that gets involved in the UMG lawsuit. All this happens, and then Baka comes out and does an interview. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think Baka was placed here. He was planted here to distract us from the UMG lawsuit and the shit that happened at Hidden Hills.
Am I allowed to answer that?
I thought I got him.
Can't get me, dog.
No, but I love the fact that you guys as a label just kind of, like it feels like you guys are friends a lot of times. You guys cook up, you guys make music that we enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me about your process when it comes to making music.
So for me, my process is locating a beat, finding a beat.
Okay.
Finding a beat that moves me. you know, to the point where like, because I don't really write as much. I would write, but because finding a beat that moves me, you know, to the point where like,
exactly what you ate when you went in the studio to make Live Up to My Name.
what I ate. I was in Europe. I was in London.
Okay, so I'm already out of it. I'm not going there. Keep going.
Yeah, or chips and kebab. Chips and kebab.
What? That's flagrant.
I know.
That's
I know.
Giving still. There you go.
Yeah. Night I was with Gigs.
Okay.
But he brought me 8 different producers. Like listen to beats that the producer was making at the time.
Yeah.
If I wasn't feeling that, and I was like, I
Yeah, this shit's all planted, bro. They're literally not.
First of-
This is like, you guys gotta understand. These are just interviews that people plant.
First, because I was in the room with like 3 other rappers.
Okay.
Like, put them on Vlad. Put him on Vlad. Put him on No Jumper. Let him talk to academics. See what he says.
And I could tell like they were trying to like figure it out and shit.
I'll guarantee you they're gonna ask them the difficult questions, whether they like it or not. But it's funny how, they won't.
But I already had it figured out. So I was just waiting to see, because the guy was running through a whole bunch of beats.
Yeah.
So, and if someone liked it, you would just say something.
Okay.
And they were saying a lot. They were stopping a lot of the beats.
Studio and just kind of come up with the melody, the words, like what comes first, melody, the record that, you know, real man's feel. So congratulations on making that for
sure. Then I can actually talk.
I get that.
Man, ain't nobody listening to fucking Baka Not Nice, bro. I can't believe they're talking about his music, bro. When has anybody said, yo, put that new Baka on? Yo, in the big Baka Not Nice in the Big 25? Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. Baka Not Nice in the Big 25 is crazy.
The understanding leaves you a little bit, but it stays. But if you're not speaking in it every day, you're gonna lose it.
That's a fact, man. Because I went to French high school and French school, everything. There's some people who graduated with me like 10 years ago, and they don't speak French anymore.
Yeah.
So you're right. It's mad. You can lose it that way.
If you're not constant with it, you're gonna lose it.
Facts.
Yeah.
Tell me about what being out in Australia was like.
I didn't get to go.
You didn't get to go?
No.
Oh man.
They
Okay, tell me about.
They strict out there in the outback.
It's one of those.
They're super strict in the outback.
Damn. So you're just watching the homie stories like that.
Yeah, man, shaking my head, saying, "Damn, I wanted to see what the beach was like." He's out there. He looked like he was having the time.
I saw he was having a great time, man. He was having a dandy time, bro. It's something I wish I should have asked him, but you know,
gives me more, bro. This whole interview just feels like gives me more reason to believe that this was just thrown here to distract us, bro. Baka talking like Google isn't free, like we can't look up his weird case. Oh my god. Did he forget we saw his paperwork? That's funny, bro. Yeah, man. I really do think, man, this is a whole bunch of bullshit, bro. Whole interview's a whole bunch of bullshit.
I got another question though.
Softball question.
Obviously, during like the recent events that happened, like last summer and everything like that, I won't get too much into details with it, bore you with that because you don't care about that too much. But how was it for you to hear all the noise that people were saying? Right, people were just talking about stuff that they don't even know about, saying, "Oh, Ray, this is this, whatever."
Yeah.
How did you keep your composure and stay calm?
Yo, to be honest with you, man, at first, my first initial thing was to respond and respond quickly, very efficiently, and very to the point,
very directly.
Yeah, and you know, but like it was like it started brewing in me because where I come from, like that shit doesn't happen. Like you can't just call out a man and not have paperwork to back up your talks. Like that is it's ludicrous.
It is.
I have a kid. Drake has a kid. Was building up a lot of anger and stuff like that. But then I got a call, and I don't know why I got this call. Wait, sorry, I know. Go back and look at all these people that are like. It's not a good thing, but they're calling your name. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you know, like they're gonna get over this crap because they're gonna realize that this crap, and then they're gonna go do their own research. And when you do your own research, you're gonna be like, wow, this guy made up a whole story about something that isn't even true, and it makes you look weird to me. I don't know.
It does.
But I want to say one thing to America, and y'all need to like get yourself together because yo, making accusations on people, serious accusations like that, you need to have paperwork. That is.
Oh, someone's making fun of him in my chat. I think I blocked him by mistake, but my bad, bro. Anybody who's doing that, my bad. That's my fault. I think it was somebody. I forgot their name. So yeah, bro. So apparently, you have to have paperwork, I guess. But yeah, I think this is just the whole big distraction from Hidden Hills. I'll say it time and time again. Outrageous, bro. The nerve of this guy.
Is the rule, like number one rule that everybody goes by. So don't switch up. That's all I'm gonna say.
Listen, the man said himself, man, can't add anything more to that. But you know what's even better is the fact that like you're now seeing the tide churn. Where it's like we already knew who Drake was in terms of like music and well, he's kind of fire, right? Like, what are you doing? You know, these are the same people that are on the other side. So
we know who makes the hits.
Yeah,
summer after summer after summer after summer, and I can keep saying summer after summer after summer after summer, like you know what I'm saying. And I know who's gonna be like, okay, every 3 years, every 4 years, you keep giving us hits. You know, and I say it again, I say on air in this interview, he is our modern day Michael Jackson in the good way. So yo, that's what it is.
Yep.
Period.
I don't think any
day Michael
in
Jackson.
The good way.
I say it again, I say it on air in this interview.
Wow.
He is our modern day Michael Jackson in the good way. So yo, that's what it is.
Yep.
Period.
In the good way. It's crazy.
I don't think anybody in this room disagrees.
Wow. To even say that is crazy, bro. In the good ways, it's insane. In a good way. Oh my god, bro. That was funny, bro. That was hilarious. In a good way, though.
There it is. There you have
It's
it.
a fact, man.
All
Because
right.
he's like the only person I know that can go every.
Personally, I don't really like Rick Ross because, like, I don't really got anything against Rick Ross. I just don't like how, like, you know, he was a security guard and he kind of took the other Rick Ross's name. But let's listen to Chapo, man. Music's copy and paste, right? Shout out Chapo. This Zofran angle is just kind of strange, right? That's another thing I always wanted to talk about. I wasn't mad at it either. I heard it when this dropped. I liked it. The only thing that got me was that he was talking more than he was rapping. It's like a 3 minute and 30 minute. It's a 3 minute and 30-second song, and he only raps for like a minute and a half. But what he says at the end when he's talking, I guess, is what matters, right? Because now at this point, it wasn't too far gone from what we're talking about now. And this all goes back to the estate, bruh. This all goes back to this to this estate that Drake had rapped about that he didn't want anybody to know about. He didn't want nobody to see the light of day. And that's the reason going independent, it just never had its appeal. I blew up independent, but blew up independent. I bought her an apartment, so I knew her like a tenant. All the verses tailor made for you to get offended. So he brings up tailor made also? It says Hidden Hills.
Let you DM my hoes, but got bitches you can't. Let you get on my songs. It was good for your face. Now bitch nigga is home, and no room for debate. Papa, fuck you want me to say? 50 mils for the crib. Where you want me to stay? I can.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No way, bro. Oh, Rick Ross knows something, dog. Rick Ross knows something. Oh my god, bro. No way, bro. No way. Let's fucking go, bitch. Let's fucking go, bro. Yo, what the fuck, bro? Nah, bro. Everybody put W Larry in the chat. Larry W backwards. Larry W backwards. No way, bro. Wow. Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god, no way. Hold on, 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 hold on. Quick explanation. Yeah, I got you, bro. Hold on. Quick explanation. All right, y'all. So first and foremost, shout out to Jalabi. Vlad had exposed Drake, implying that he hid some type of suspicious activity when he stayed in Hidden Hills in California. The clip is what you hear right here.
I will say though, you know what I was impressed by? With all the shit and say not like us and everything people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit or like I thought there was gonna be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been not one person that's accused Drake of anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Because from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house. And him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid. And
maybe it's partying. No, not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
There was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like, yo,
I think Drake is just paying them off. And so, I mean, listen,
accuse Drake of anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Well, from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills,
Shout out Moon Man the Menace. Shout out for the 10, bro. Hopefully I caught you up and everybody else up. This is why that Baka interview is irrelevant. The Vlad interview that he did with academics is more important than that Baka interview because of this right here. Shout out Flo the GOAT for the 10. It says hidden bills, but it could still be a reference. That should look crazy. That should look like an H. The H, and that's an H, bro. I think that's an H.
The block.
Let me see. Oh, it's the most replayed part. Oh no, all of it's pretty much replayed.
The block.
No, that's an H. Look, it's an H. It's cut up, bro. It's cut up. It's cut. It's an H. Yeah, that's an H. Better angle right here. Either way it goes, it's too close. That's an H, bro. It's cut. Right there, it's cut. Right there, it's cut. Just like how this one's cut right here. Nah, Rick Ross knew what he was doing, bro. Shout out Flo the GOAT for the 10. Everybody put W and GOATs in the chat. W moon emojis in the chat. W goat emojis, W moon emojis, bro. In the chat, bro. Salute. I appreciate y'all, bro. Yeah, this is definitely a shot by Rick Ross. Either way you spin it, this is definitely a shot at Rick Ross. We'll go to the restroom. Y'all think we're gonna play. I'm giving y'all the evidence right here. It's all right here in plain sight. Come on, y'all. The clip is what you hear right here. Come on.
I will say though, you know what I was impressed by? With all the shit and say not like us and everything people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit or like I thought there was gonna be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been not one person that's accused Drake of anything.
yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Well, from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house, and him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid. And
I mean, it's partying. No, not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
There was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like, yo,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen. I mean, if you
Yo, bro, this might actually be a better diss record than I thought. Oh my God. It was right in our face. Well, we're reading the lyrics the whole time, were we not? Like the whole time I was breaking this down. I was like, should I bust out the lyrics or the video? The lyrics were very telling. The lyrics were very telling. The video is way more telling. Shout out Flo the GOAT, man. He said, nah, you're right. Keep grinding, my guy. You're my first super chat. Any news from Ebony Prince? Man, I'm trying, man. Salute. Everybody put W GOATs in the chat, bro. W GOATs, man. Thank you for the first super chat, bro. Ebony Prince, yeah, I got something cooking with Ebony Prince. Not with him, but I got a video that I wanted to do in regards to Ebony Prince, Gloria, the story of Astoria that Biggie had talked about. It's a whole little thing that I got going on. Nah, this is crazy, bro. So this whole time we're talking about this Rick Ross diss. We're talking about the cease and desist with French Montana. We're talking about Splash Brothers. It leads us to this diss record that Rick Ross had made. Shout out to Rel because Rel had brought it up. And he's wearing a Hidden Hills shirt. This is crazy, bro. Hidden Hills is a clothes branding here in LA. So it's an actual. So Hidden Hills is a place, and I'm assuming the clothing brand is based off of the place. I'm assuming, right? That's kind of what it is. Yeah, I'm definitely doing a video, bro. I'm definitely gonna. This is for members, bro. I'm not leaving this out for everybody to watch. The beginning, I kind of went off, bro. The beginning part of this video, I was saying a lot of fucked up shit. So until we got to this point, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to like put this in members only. I was saying a lot of things. And it probably might not even be there long because I got to edit this shit. Everybody that's in here, bro, I'm gonna clip this so y'all can see it for the free. But anybody enjoying this until it gets off, it's members only, bro. Because sometimes I be saying shit. I'm not gonna try to take it off. I'm gonna try to edit it so I don't get flagged or nothing. I got to deal with like a warning and shit that I got like fucking like 3 months ago, like 3 or 2. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. We disrupted. Everybody could hey, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I do this shit for real, bro. Ain't nobody fucking with hey, bro. Shout out everybody who be doing what I do, bro, because I know it ain't easy. I know it ain't easy, bro. And shout out everybody in here helping me, bro. Like I said, the Ville is a place. I'm a person. I'm JV. I'm JV from the Ville. This is the Ville. We are all the Ville in here. I'm just JV from the Ville. We putting this together. It's not just me. But you could tell we're already roughing a couple feathers up, bro. Absol just dropped the song. Oh my god. Oh my god. We'll probably react to that after I get off the live. We'll do it for final thoughts. Yeah, I feel like we bothered some people, bro. Oh, you're talking about the one produced by Rock Marcy or a whole different song? Yeah. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy, bro. Anybody, bro, who has bro, if you've been here since the beginning of the stream, bro, we done cracked a whole different situation. I don't know if anybody's talked about this, what Rick Ross is wearing, but this is insane. I'm completely shocked, bro. Oh, shout out Mom, man. Mom been in here since I fucking started this live. Shout out the members in the chat, y'all. So let me see. Has Rick Ross? I'm gonna have to see something, man. I'm gonna have to see. Hold on.
The feud between Drake and Rick Ross is getting hotter by the minute. The feud between Drake and Rick Ross is getting hotter by the minute. These rap titans are straight up throwing punches at each other on social media, and it's turning into a full-blown online fight. And now Rick Ross just posted a video that might have ended the whole thing. Is Drake going to respond, or does he have nothing left to say?
Sitting around, what's Rick gonna do next? Let's go, come up with it. Come on, BBL Drizzy, just pick your phone up and talk to the people. You okay? We know you may be shallow.
It all kicked off with Rick Ross dropping his Champagne Moments diss track on April 15th, where he didn't hold back one bit. Ross went straight for the jugular, accusing Drake of going under the knife for a nose job and a BBL. But that's not all. He even threw in a side jab.
I think at the time when all of this had happened, I think everybody was so hooked on the BBL Drizzy. They were hooked on the nose surgery. Hidden Hills was the main thing about this. I think that was what to get the blogs going. But I don't think that was the message that Rick Ross was trying to send. I think Rick Ross knew what was going to get the blogs talking and knew what to put on in the video to get Drake thinking. Let me talk about the surgery. Let me talk about the nose surgery. The media will eat that up. But let me put this jacket on that says Hidden Hills. That message is only going to be a message that Drake will know about.
A white boy, among other things.
Your nose fake, your stomach fake. You don't write raps. Your biggest homies in foreclosure. Come on, man. Go buy all them that's living with each other a big mansion and put the BBL Drizzy logo on the gates.
The feud between Drake and Rick Ross is getting hotter by the minute. These rap titans are straight up throwing punches at each other on social media, and it's turning into a full-blown online fight. And now Rick Ross just posted a video that might have ended the whole thing. Is Drake going to respond, or does he have nothing left to say?
and Drake caught in a dispute, and at the moment it looks like there is no end in sight. Ross and Drake first appeared on the same song in 2009 on DJ Khaled's Fed Up. And in 2010 they dropped their first collaboration with Drake featuring on Rick Ross's Aston Martin music. And the next year in 2011 they collaborated as well on DJ Khaled's I'm On One that features Rick Ross, Drake, and Lil Wayne. With that said, Rick Ross and Drake have collaborated at least 15 times on records. And Rick Ross has praised Drake on several occasions and spoken on their relationship, stating that they have a close one.
Me and Drizzy, our relationship most definitely is real close. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like you and Drake got an album together.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how much music we got because it's so easy working with the homie.
He's even bragged about Drake's music talent, stating that he's in the 2 percentile of rappers.
We in the 2 percentile when it come to writers and creators.
Is Rick Ross and Drake caught in a dispute and
Hey man. Hey man. Hey man. White boy, BBL Drizzy, I got a question. I saw you posted you got more money than Ricky Rose. And let's assume you did. Well, your best friend, Birdman, his house went into foreclosure 5 years ago. You done watch that man struggle them 5 years and ain't get that man a mansion. Because if you got more money than Rose, what's another 50 million, white boy? White boy, it's one for 40 on Indian Creek. It's one for 50 on Star Island. You got 48 hours, white boy. If you got Ricky Rose money, ain't none of my went in foreclosure. Come on, white boy. I'm finna bust a bottle. White boy, don't do stunner like that. Come on, man.
What happened to that boy? What happened to that boy?
48 hours. The countdown has begun. And that old ass jet you got, they gave it to you free. That's a 1978. Be safe on that, Drizzy. Be safe on that plane. That old God is great. Hey, no, this shit is really funny because I'm gonna tell you, I was like,
Yo, I'm be real, bro. That beard looks crazy though.
Battling against nerds is like sitting in a class and you watching all the nerds put together their best science project to present to the class. Man, y'all can have that shit. I ain't with that shit. Your nose fake, your stomach fake. You don't write raps. Your biggest homies in foreclosure. Come on, man. Go buy all that's living with each other a big mansion and put the BBL Drizzy logo on the gates, man. Man, come on, man. Do that shit, man. And y'all need to pray for Drake and tell him, park that old ass plane. It's a night.
So when Rick Ross got beat up in Canada, was it because he mentioned Hidden Hills? I mean, really, like, if you take everything that he's saying at face value, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, if you talk about Lil Wayne, if you talk about, like, foreclosure and money, and I mean, that's whatever. But if you talk about Hidden Hills, could that be a reason to, like, jump Rick Ross? Because he was the one talking crazy and then getting jumped in Canada, bro. But was the reason because of these things about surgery and shit that, like he was saying online? I only say that because Metro Boomin made the song BBL Drizzy. He went to Toronto with Future and nothing happened. What makes the difference between Rick Ross going there and calling him BBL Drizzy and saying all this shit about his surgery? Unless he took it personal when he brought up Hidden Hills.
T-78, the cargo jet, people gave it to him free for promo. And I ain't hating, but be safe, man. If something was to happen to you and I couldn't tell you this, be safe. And anybody getting on it, be safe, man. Wear your seatbelts and make sure the oxygen.
That hat Rick Ross had on Drink Champ said Hidden Hills. For real? Hold on. The significant thing about him wearing Hidden Hills is he's wearing it in a diss track, right? Because if Hidden Hills is a brand that people could wear, you know, and it's a brand that it's a California or it's an LA brand, that's one thing. It's another thing to wear it for a diss track music video. Everything means something, right? That's what Squabble Up said. This isn't put here just because he likes wearing Hidden Hills. I think legitimately, I feel like, remember, this whole song is a diss track. He talks about French Montana cease and desist, the same song that Drake sent the cease and desist for. He talks about Hidden Hills. Know the real secrets left in the Hidden Hills. People know the real secrets left in Hidden Hills. So does Rick Ross know the secrets about Hidden Hills?
You, Wayne, then we hit Hole with an 8-minute verse.
Right.
Hidden Hills. Yep. He's wearing this shit on purpose. You don't make a diss track and try to throw a message for Drake to understand. This is only, man, this is crazy, bruh. So DJ Vlad might have really done something here, bro. Not only that, DJ Vlad isn't the only one that's bringing up Hidden Hills. Apparently, Rick Ross and French Montana, specifically Rick Ross, is talking about Hidden Hills, subliminally, allegedly. And then we have DJ Vlad who's openly saying the shit that happened there. Matthew Stafford, the person who bought the property from Drake, he moved out of there instantly. And everybody's bringing this up, right? Hold on.
This girl had like a vodka cranberry or something in her hand, and she tripped and fell and spilled all over Drake, like all over his like white sweatsuit. And I was standing there like, oh shit. And he looks at the bar and he goes, what were you just drinking? And she goes, like a vodka cranberry. And he looks at the bar and goes, get her another vodka cranberry.
That's nice.
And I was like, oh my God, he's the sweetest person. And then she was like, I'm so sorry. And he was like, dude, I'm in my own house. I can go change right now. This girl had like a vodka.
So she was like 17 at the time, right?
Things in there because that shit was just for luggage. It wasn't for human beings. What? This is a perfect opportunity for y'all to see the type of white boy he is. Soon as that pressure on white boy, he gonna go post stunner in that $20 jogging suit. No, the man needs some paper and make him say, "I got your back. I got your back." He don't want to say that to that mark. He ain't got that mark back. That mark ain't fed him none. But since you done watched him struggle and gave him. Show the world you go buy him, post him when you go buy him a $40 million mansion, white boy. Huh? Soon as rose on your ass and you call your mama.
Found some footage of this exact Drake Memorial Day party where you can tell that the women in attendance, to me, don't really look like grown women. I mean, come on, guys. Like, I'm a fair man, but like, I'm not even assuming here. Like, these are clearly teenagers, right? And when he talks about wine coolers, he's talking about shit like this. Following up on the previous line, came about wine like party. I even
gigantic and his
subtle reminders that most of us wouldn't catch.
Fun fact though, his house that he has a bathtub that is literally.
Remember, this is what people are referring to. This is what people are talking about with what Sadr had brought up. Shout out to Flo the Great for the 20, bro. Everybody put W goat in the chat, bro. My bad. I was looking at this. Got some intel for you. Montage dropped an album recently, You Made Me This Way, where he mentions knowing K-Dot and being cool with him randomly. If I'm not mistaken, maybe the community know the song Album Fire too. If anything, if you could link me, if you could go to if you could join the Discord and link me to the song or give me the name of the song, I'll check it out, bro. Everybody put W Flow in the chat, bro. W Flow in the chat, bro.
The size of this room, and it's gigantic and so dope. I was like sitting in it. I was like, can I just lay here and like chill?
I even found some footage of this exact Drake Memorial Day party where you can tell that the women in attendance, to me, don't really look like grown women. I mean, come on, guys. Like, I'm a fair man, but like, I'm not even assuming here. Like, these are clearly teenagers, right? And when he talks about wine coolers, he's talking about shit like this. Following up on the previous line, Kendrick writes for Drake by calling himself a sightseer, which is exactly what Drake was doing in 2022 when he rented that $50 million yacht. Here
The same yacht he was with at P. Diddy.
he is in St. Barts at a New Year's Eve yacht party. And what we can easily conclude about this party is that teenage girls were definitely in attendance because there's clear evidence of this happening.
I got back from St. Bart's on Monday. Basically, it was an after party that we got invited to. It was on the Vava. So many cool people there. We talked with Drake for a little bit.
This girl was born on February 5th, 2004, which would mean she was only 17 years old during this yacht party.
I was just in St. Bart's with Drake and 150 supermodels in it.
And I think that Kendrick knows something about these parties. I do.
So this all goes back to Hidden Hills. This is why 616 in LA is important. This is why 4 p.m. in Calabasas is important. On June 16th, the song was recorded 616 in LA. The same message. Shout out Dem Jam. You should look at the 3 Kendrick Cardi songs. I already listened to them. I like them. I fuck with them. I listened to the Cardi album. I stayed up all night. That shit was fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, I listened to them. I like them. For sure. My favorite one's Backdoor. Fuck, bro. W Dem Jam in the chat, by the way. My apologies. W Dem Jam. W Flow, man. W Flow for the 20, man. Big 20, bro. Salute. So I'm gonna check out this song and I'm gonna see what it is. I'm gonna see what it says. Vori baptized, bet. Let me I took a picture of it so I can save it. Nah, this is crazy, bro. Hey, man. So, this house that Drake used to own looking kind of spooky, man. Damn, bro. I did not think we were going to get this far, bro. I did not think we were going to get this far, bro. I didn't even talk about the other subjects. I got to get off here in a second, bro. We were going crazy in the motherfucker, bro. It's already going to be 12 where I'm at. Oh, shit. So let me close out with this subject. Hidden Hills, Hidden Hills, Hidden Hills. I can't stress this enough. The video that Baka had just came out with is a distraction from Hidden Hills. Pay attention to what Thought Crimes post. Pay attention to what I post. Pay attention to what Jalopy posts. Pay attention to what we put out. All y'all watch us all at your own time, at your own free time, right? If something matches up with what I said, with what he said, y'all tell me in the Discord. So y'all tap into the Discord and tap in, because that's essentially how I got to this point. So if you see anybody talk about something that adds up to what I was saying previously, y'all let me know. But yeah, bro. As far as UMG, and I probably got to talk about this a little bit more differently. So shout out Abso-fucking-lutely too. If anything related to the UMG lawsuit, if you want to know it firsthand, personally to me, I'll go and follow absolutely, bro, because this right here is a guy that's involved in the lawsuit. I'm gonna talk about this real quick, and I'm gonna get off. But I'm gonna talk about this guy in another video. I should probably just keep it like that. This guy is somebody that absolutely had talked about. This guy's name is Joseph Reina. His name is Joe Cat. He's somebody who apparently is a whistleblower in the UMG lawsuit. And absolutely had did a video. You can go check it out. I'm gonna do a breakdown video of this scenario and my thoughts on it. But absolutely had brought this to the forefront, and I want to let you know right now, bro, that this is crazy. And I don't know where it lands, but I got some thoughts on it. I'm gonna do a video about it later. But essentially, what this guy ended up doing, if I could just say it real quick, he became an amicus. An amicus is a phrase used in the court of law where somebody who doesn't have a dog in the race but has information that could help the case chimes in and gives the court information. This man is claiming he has valuable information that will help the case as a neutral, claiming that he's not here for Drake, he's not here for UMG, but as a whistleblower that has came around with evidence that could help the case involving Drake and UMG. A friend of the court, essentially. So this guy wants to add something to the arguments. What he's trying to add, I'm not sure, but it has something to do with monetization, algorithm suppression, and all of these other things that he says he's ready to blow the lid on. But I had to look into it. But this is, bro, and this is the thing. I already know some of the things because I saw absolutely talk about it. I saw the documents she had shared. I had read them. I'm gonna do a video about this, but just let it be known that somebody is trying to insert themselves in this lawsuit, claiming to have information that will help the court in regards to the lawsuit with UMG and Drake. Right here. Hold on. Oh, shit. I'm telling you, bro. She knows what she's doing, bro. As far as the case, she is always updated firsthand. I'm not even gonna hold you on that, but what's your y'all make sure y'all go follow her, bro. She just did a whole lot breaking this down, bro. So basically, if you want to know about the case, bro, she's gonna know before I do. And I'll probably bro, this is how I've been getting a hold of like what's going on firsthand before anybody else. Cause like I said, bro, she got the intel, she got the login, she know everything, bro. So go and tap in with her when it comes to the UMG shit. You'll most likely hear about it from her first. So I'll stamp that right now, bro. Because this is really the reason why everybody knows about Joe Cat, which is this guy that we're talking about, right? Unless somebody else has brought him up, but anybody else who's brought this guy up has access to the case through a government, like I guess like a government website. I think it's called like Pacer or some shit like that. I tried to get it. I have to like put my ID and shit. I don't know how I feel about that, so I haven't done it. But anyways, I'm pretty sure she has. I'm not sure if APSA has, but she has access to the documents. And like she basically said that this guy is trying to step into the case as a whistleblower. And I think that's very strange because of the fact that like what will you have that is gonna like shock the court? Like what will you bring to the table that is gonna help the court determine the case? Is it something in regards to Drake, UMG, both of them? What is it? But I read a little bit of his thing, his comeuppance, and it's not really nothing like, how do I say it, bro? Check his resume. This is what I was looking at. This is like the alleged whistleblower for UMG. So APSA talked about it. APSA had broke it down. And me personally, I was like, well, who the fuck is this guy, right? Let me look up who he is. Let me look up who he is, right? Let's find out who he is. So apparently, he's experienced in driving ticket sales, managing nationwide tours, and executing high-impact marketing campaigns. I've sold thousands of tickets across major venues in Texas, California, and Arizona. Consistently delivering sold-out high-yield events, I manage tour logistics, budgeting, and even coordination for artists like Black Smurf, Xavier Wolf, Ja Rule, Ashanti, King Los, Lil Flip, and Rocky Fresh, ensuring seamless experiences for both artists and fans. With data-driven marketing strategies, I built viral reach across the US and Europe, generating significant impressions and engagement in top music hubs. Skilled in leveraging industry connections and audience insights to maximize impact, build loyalty, and expand market presence. So he markets, ticket sales, all that shit. This is what he does for several artists. It doesn't say that he does anything for Drake. I don't think that he's worked with Drake. At least it doesn't say so in his portfolio. And I don't know about Ja Rule and Ashanti, but I know Black Smurf, Xavier Wolf, and Little Flip, King Los, and Rocky Fresh aren't signed to UMG at all. It just I'm not sure what his angle is, bro. I don't know if this is going to be a good or bad thing for UMG. I don't know if this is going to be a good or bad thing for Drake. This guy said that he had a hard drive and that he sent it to everybody in the courts. And the only way to access it is through him. Based off of his education, he's somebody that resides in Texas. I haven't even read like his whole summary. From what I've read was that I told y'all, and I've been trying to look up information about this guy because, like I said, Absa showed me who this guy was. At this point, I'm just trying to figure out who this guy is and what exactly is it that he does know. Because we know that he's reached out to the courts. I'm hoping to drop a video out later on, trying to give us more detail about what exactly who he is and what can he bring to the table that could benefit anybody in the court of law. If his data is recent, best case scenario, if it shows nothing changed for either artist, it will be good against the defamation. But overall, the data can screw UMG over. That's a fair assessment. Look, hold on, check this out. Founder of Dreams Over Dollars, focusing on artist education and community support. This right here is how he's going at UMG or UMG and Drake. Like, it's not really against either person. It's for the court, right? Whatever. He's trying to say that he comes from a nonprofit organization called Dreams Over Dollars. And this is how he's able to support the court. But look right here. Hold on. This is what I found from the website. Look, Joe Cat right here. All these other sponsors and affiliates. And this is the website, I guess, for like Joe Cat. Now, I was gonna go over all of this on live, but I kind of burnt out right now after doing the whole Hidden Hills thing with the Baka interview. But yeah, I'm gonna find out who this guy is and find out not who he is. I know who he is, but I'm gonna find out what exactly is it that he knows and what he's gonna bring to the table. I'm gonna do a video about it, and then probably so it could be easier to watch. I didn't really have a voice coming into this shit, bro. And I think I'm losing my voice again. So I appreciate everybody that's tapped in right now, though. We'll probably talk about this soon, man. But if you want to know, like, the paperwork, you can check out Absolutely's page. Hold on, let me bring it up here. Check out her video. because she's the one that talks about it, right? She's the one that reads the paperwork and tells you what exactly is going on. Talks about him becoming somebody that's going to try to play a role in this if they accept it. They might not. But check out the video. I'm going to try to do a video talking about it also and see what I can find about the guy, Joe Cat, and see where we go moving forward after he files his motion. The final thoughts, I'm just going to, like right now, if y'all don't know, final thoughts, I just talk about whatever before I get off the live, bro. I ain't really going to talk about anything else. Whew. To be honest, I could barely talk at all, but I appreciate everybody else tapped in here. I'll give it a few minutes. I'm going to hop off this bitch. Damn, bro. My voice is fucking chopped. Let me link this shit right here. What's that sound at 616 in LA? I guess that's one thing I'll never find out, right? Oh, man. I got to roll up to something, bro. My voice is chopped. I'm going to try to drink some water, get my shit back, but.
Let you DM my hoes.
Real quick. I've been on a high while you boys are on pills. I don't think it's a coincidence that Rick Ross is talking about pills right here. Oh, 50 mil for the crib where you want me to stay. And then he shows the Hidden Hills on the back of his shirt. Oh, so he's talking about mansions in the same bar where he shows Hidden Hills. For the crib where you want me to stay, and then he shows the Hidden Hills on his back. Shout out Flow the Goat. Everybody put W Flow the Goat. He said Vori at the top is the song. He actually said he said, don't know Kendrick, but my man's with me. A top dog. But it's still a weird mention after he has reference track leaked for Mob Ties. Vori was somebody that wrote a reference track? Oh, I'm going to screenshot this, bro. Shout out W for the 10, bro. Flow the Goat. I'm going to screenshot your message right here. Hold on. Because I think I might have to look that up separately. I was supposed to go over the reference shit too, bro, because I know Chopper been doing his thing. Shout out Curtis King, man. Hey, bro. Curtis, where were you, bro? Curtis, where were you, dog? Hey, man. Everybody put W Flow, W Curtis in the chat, bro. Oh, Curtis, I found something, man. I don't even know where to start. Cease and desist, French Montana. Where you want me to start, bro? Oh my god. Oh, I followed you because you sent that cease and desist to French Montana. The song that he's talking about was this all right here. Damn, I have so many tabs open, bro. It's not even funny anymore. This is the Drake bar, Curtis. Guys know the real secrets left on Hidden Hills. Guys know the real secrets left on Hidden Hills, right? Let me go right here, bro. I'll do this one more time.
Yeah, but I would.
Is what you hear, right?
With all the shit and say not like us and everything people talking about Drake, not one chick even erroneously filed a lawsuit or like I thought there was gonna be a few of those to take advantage of the moment. And there's been not one person that's accused Drake of anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if some shit starts coming out. Because from what I understand, when Drake first moved to like Hidden Hills, like they were wilding out in that house, and him and his homies were doing some shit that probably got covered up somehow. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe people got paid. And
Well, maybe they was partying. Not like.
I heard some stories, you know, but and I'm not going to mention them.
They was getting it in type shit.
I mean, some things could happen.
Maybe he's paying them off. Like,
I think Drake is just paying them off, and so I mean, listen. I mean, if you
French Montana had a song called Splash Brothers. Know the secrets left in Hidden Hills. Know the real secrets left in Hidden Hills. Later on, when Rick Ross made this diss, he said, I have followed you because you sent that cease and desist to French Montana, where he mentioned Hidden Hills. And we're just watching this video where he's wearing Hidden Hills. Oh my God, bro. He's good, bro. That's what we've been talking about for the past 4 hours, bro. We're like, no way, bro. That Baka, hey, Curtis, that Baka shit is just a distraction. It's a distraction from what Vlad just exposed, from what Rick Ross is trying to expose over there at Hidden Hills. look who bought the property for $11 million. Richard Fitzenwell from Matthew Stafford over there at Hidden Hills. Matthew Stafford buys part of Drake's compound for $11 million. He was throwing parties on a property named after a guy called Richard Fitzenwell. The guy that owned the property legally on paper is called Richard Fitzenwell. Drake.
Nigga is home and no room for the.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. This, I think it's starting to age really well. Gulp like Scooby Doo. Yeah, bro. He was tripping balls on that shit, bro. Hey, Curtis. We gotta talk about it, man. Me, Jalopy, and throw Thought Crimes in there. We gonna cook that episode. Put the collective on. Put me, Jalopy, and Thought Crimes in that bitch. It's gonna go crazy, bro. It's gonna go crazy, bro. I'm telling you. I'm saying, bro. Hey, bro, that was gonna be crazy, bro. Put Monique in there too. Put Abso-fucking-Lutely in there too, bro. She gonna chop up that UMG shit crazy. That lawsuit, she dissect that shit. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. This shit ain't go crazy, bro. I'm fried as hell, bro. Baka is the crash dummy. He'll do whatever for the hour. Now, I'm telling you, bro. That whole Baka interview, bro. That whole Baka interview, bro. It's all a distraction, bro. It's a distraction to distract you from the hills. The Hidden Hills is what. So Baka comes out with this interview right after the Hidden Hills allegations start coming out. That's not a coincidence at all. Yeah, let's run that. Let's go, bro. Let's do that shit. Whatever you're ready, though. No pressure. Let me know, Curtis. I know I see you, bro. I always be. I'm tapped in. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. The fact that we all entertained it, bro. I'm hip though. I'm not gonna let that distract me from this. What we're talking about tonight. I think that's why they sent Baka out there on the dummy mission. Nothing Baka would have said would have benefited the conversation for OVO at all, unless it's made to distract us from the hills. Shout out Curtis King, man. Y'all need to stream together to go over all these details. Hell yeah, bro. Shout out Rel, bro. Shout out. Yeah, you were helping me on here too, bro. Yourself a round of applause, man. I don't got the soundboard, but my thing is, if you want to distract people, why would you send somebody out there that weakens your lawsuit? If you want to distract people, why would you send somebody out there that weakens the lawsuit? What were the intentions of doing that interview? Because like I said on here, bro, that interview is very, very one-sided. They are using like very soft hands doing that interview. They're talking about Baka's music, bro. What the fuck? Ain't nobody listen to Baka's music, bro. In the Big 25, I'm good, bro. Nobody says put Baka on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy, bro. So I feel like they sent them out there to do the interview. He does the interview. It could be possible that they ask him a question and he has to answer it. In the whole interview, it seems like he doesn't even want to answer that. It seems like the interviewer brings it up and the interview ends like 5 minutes later. It takes 2 minutes for him to respond. 3 minutes into that conversation, the interview ends. And if you ask me, I think they wrapped it up because of that. However, what I'm saying is a distraction is him just doing the interview in general. Because I think that people will start to look at the interview and start to react to it, regardless of what was said and how it affects the case. I feel like the minute that somebody brought something up that did affect the case, the interview ended entirely. Because you don't bring that up, like you said, it affects the lawsuit, and then later on, boom, interview's done. We only get a 15-minute interview from Baka Not Nice, the guy that was mentioned in the rap battle, one of the biggest rap battles of all time. I don't know. There's no wrong answers, though, right? being that it's pre-recorded, why not cut it out? That's a good point too. This is why we gotta think about it, man. I'm out here speculating, spitballing. I really do think though, bro, that interview didn't really serve any purpose. Like you said, like what help? How did that help Drake? You know what I'm saying? That was the whole thing. How does this help Drake in any way, bro? I was saying that in the beginning. How does this interview benefit him in any way? But to be clear, I think this lawsuit is going to get dismissed. Now, I know he's going to get the discovery, but I don't think they're going to go full all the way with this in court. He still got to amend his shit. Yep, that's what I was saying. Yep. It changes the narrative of the current conversation. It just gets us I think he's ready to take that L because he's already going to lose. I don't think he's going to win the lawsuit in the first place. Nobody does. Nobody. I don't even think Drake's lawyers think he's going to win. Like, the thing is that the way that they're asking for information, like, let me get the discovery, let me see the contracts. How is that going to benefit your case anyways? Like, what is pocket watching? How is that going to help your case for UMG? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You down to go live tomorrow? Yeah, I'm down, bro. I'm down, bro. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to see that. I want to go live with everybody on that bitch, bro. I just linked up, not linked up, but I chopped it up in the comments with Jalopy. I was in the HHSB. Child, bro. I don't even know his real name, bro. I gotta get his real name. But I gotta tap in with them, bro. I was just tapped in with him today, bro. I was on his live and shit. Real tapped in. Why? I don't know. But I think the point that I was trying to make was how it changes the narrative for the current conversation. But shit, bro. After everything I looked up, I don't even think Drake gives a fuck about that lawsuit, bro. I think he knows he's gonna lose that shit. Yeah, bro. Yeah, for sure. I would like to tell him this. I would like to tell him about this, bro, because he's the one that brought up DJ Vlad's interview with Academic. So I would like to talk to him, bro. I've been meaning to chop it up. Shit, if you hit him up, I'll hit him up too, bro. And we'll see what's up. We'll see where we go from there. Damn, it's lit, bro. Let's fucking go, bro. I'm lit, bro. Let's go, bro. You know, Curtis always got me on my toes, man. I'm already starting to think, well, why would he? Oh, man, that's why this interview don't make sense to me. That's why I don't like this interview at all. Yeah, man, let's go, bro. I need to message Jalopy too, shit. Shit, my shit cooked right now, bro. It changes the narrative from Hidden Hills for sure. That's what I think, bro. I think because damn, bro, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder why they don't bring up certain shit. Why don't they bring up Hidden Hills? Why don't they bring up the Mark Hotel? Why don't they bring up Ebony Prince in this lawsuit? You know what I mean? Those are the things that seem very, very, very incriminating, but nobody brings them up. You probably don't want to talk about all that stuff. Let's just keep it on the song and what's said about the song. Let's just keep it about Baka, right? Let's not talk about Hidden Hills. Baka's referencing the track. Let's just talk about that, right? But he definitely did fuck up this case, bro, because now UMG could just bring up Baka doing his interview, talking about paperwork when he has paperwork under his fucking name. Ricky Dredd responded to Baka interview. Who's Ricky Dredd? Sexy red. Yeah, she exposed some, but she exposed a lot of people, bro. That shit was funny. Yeah, Curtis. What was it tomorrow? You said in the afternoon tomorrow? Let me see. Down to go live tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I'm down to go live tomorrow afternoon. PST. What time is that, bro? I'm gonna DM me, bro. The Hills at Vines Drake edition is crazy. Yeah, it could be. Either way it goes. I think the important part about the Hidden Hills is just going back to the Mark Hotel and all the aspects in regards to that. As far as the Baka case, that goes with the UMG lawsuit. Either way, it's fucked. 12:30 p.m. 3:30 Eastern time. Carry the 2. 3 p.m. free. That's funny, bro. Yeah, nah. What is it, bro? Oh shit, bro. My voice is shot. Hopefully, yeah. Silent Hill by Kendrick, though. Oh shit. All right. Chill, bro. 3 p.m. for you, though. Nah, 3 p.m. is fine. Wait, hold up. Carry the 2. All right, I'll be there. Just hit me on the gram, bro. I'm fried as hell, bro. I've been on this bitch for 4 hours. But I'm about to hop off, bro. Before I do some more stupid shit. But I appreciate you, Curtis. I appreciate you tapping in, man. I've been wanting to tap in with everybody. I'm going to chop it up with you, Jalopy. I'm going to get with him and see what he knows. And I'll talk to you, bro. Y'all got to invite me, bro. Invite me to whatever group chat y'all in, man. Put me in that bitch. And I'll see y'all later, man. Shout out everybody. W Curtis. W everybody that's in here, bro. Shout out Bella. Shout out Curtis. Shout out Cool Breeze. Shout out Gosh X. Shout out Goober. Shout out Devonia. Shout out Space Rocket. Shout out 99. Feast. Rel. Of course, Rel. Shout out Larry. Little tax return. Daniel, what up, bro? Positivity, what up? Everybody that donated, bro. Shout out Flow to Go. W Flow to Go, man, in the chat. Shout out Boo. Shout out everybody, bro. Rel, Frank Tikas, man. Salute Cubby Bear, everybody, bro. Mia Maya, Lord Racer, Main JoJo, bro, for kicking it off. Everybody, bro. Damn Jam, everybody, bro. Rel, everybody, bro. In this bitch, bro. I appreciate everybody tapped in, dog. Yeah, Space Rocket. I read it, bro. Shout out King Kel, bro. King Kel, Stephanie Williams, man. Justin Roman, man. Ms. Mickey Jones, salute. Everybody, man. Goober, you already know what it is. Everybody get your Newports ready, man. Hope everybody has a peaceful night. Yeah, good night, beautiful people, man. Yo, salute Curtis, man. W Curtis in the chat, bro. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity, bro. You know I'm fried as hell, boy. You know I'm sorry, dog. But I'll catch y'all later, man. Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see y'all in the next video, man. Peace. Keep it a legend. Salute.